What's up, everyone? How are we doing? It's me, Toast. We're here on a dev stream. We've got Bodvar and Tesca behind me. Sorry, I'm exhausted. We've been flying for the last like 24 hours, and it's been a lot. But we're here. We had a really nice weekend at San Diego. It's great to see all of you in chat. Hello, yes, and welcome, and hi, and all of that's good stuff. And so today we'll do a little bit of a recap of the weekend. A little bit of catching up on what's happening in the world of Brawlhalla. And then, yes, we have a recap of Undeterminate Length for you. I actually could tell you, but I didn't add up the numbers. So I have the numbers. So mods, I'll tell you later. Sorry. But yeah, so we're going to be here for a little while. We're going to chat. And bear with me. It's just me right now. So I'm going to be doing all of the talking. And then I'll be doing all of the controlling with my computer right here, too. So if there are things that are weird, blame me because it's my fault. And that'll be great. All right. Go ahead and connect here. And let's get started. Let's get some music going in here. Hopefully it's not too loud. I'm going to push the button. Yeah, okay, there. Little tiny music. That's great. All right, so let's jump right into it, starting with some World of Brawlhalla stuff. So let me go ahead and push this button. That will transition me over into... Well, that's not the camera I wanted for down there. Oh, it's funny. Hold on. Hold on. It's not connecting. It's me. I know I'm not there. I could be there. I could run over there. I could do the stream from... I'll do that one day, but not right now. Hold on. Where did I go? I vanished to go ahead and fix something, and now it's fixed. We can jump right on in. We are going to go right on into it, so I'll hit the button. It'll work. Here we go. First of all, World of Brawlhalla. We've got the Mysterious Stranger bundle. This is, I believe, still available, so if you have Amazon Prime, you can go ahead, hit the little crown button above the window on Twitch, and you get all of that stuff for free. All of those skins, all of those emotes, everything you see there, you get it for free. And when I said a recap, I am doing a rerun. Yes, we are doing a rerun at the end of this. And so you've got Brawlhalla right here, Mysterious Stranger, all that good stuff. Get that for free. Drop that Prime sub on us. Why don't you while you're waiting? And so you get all this for free. So check it out. Click the crown right there. So the next slide here, we've got merch, brawlhalla.com/merch. Some of this is here, some of it's out of stock, but there's also exclusive limited time drop for San Diego. If you watched the event this weekend, you heard about it because we did talk about it a little bit there. That goes until Thursday of this week. So if you want a San Diego hoodie or San Diego shirt, you should be able to get it if you go to brawlhalla.com/merch, go to or insight.co/brawlhalla, and it'll get you all the stuff that you need there as well. Lots of really, really cool stuff there. That's a lot of fun. Of course, we announced this a little bit here, but this is probably going to be, I think, my favorite weapon set. This is the Maho Shoujo weapon set, which starts after the charity stream, which I'll talk about in a moment because that is coming up very soon. You can only get these weapons by watching dev streams. You can only watch them by watching us Monday, Tuesday, or Friday at 1 p.m., which is our regular stream times. And if you have any questions about that, you can go to brawlhalla.com/schedule. That'll get you set up for what you need there. But yes, literally Magical Girl weapon set. They're so good. And that's a spear, by the way. Yeah, all right. I wouldn't, I wouldn't go too crazy, but I'm gonna be watching our stream so I can get these weapons because these are dope. These are really, really cool. That brings us to the charity stream, which is not this Friday, chat, but next Friday, April 21st. This is the This is, I think, our first charity stream of the year. I don't think we've done one yet since last year, but I could be wrong. But it's for the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Join us from 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time. Next Friday, April 21st, we'll be playing a bunch of games. We'll have devs on that you don't normally see. It'll be in person here in the studio, maybe some guests remote. Always a lot of fun. It'll have its own reward track with its own collection of cool things. We showed off the scythe a little while ago, but there is the charity stream scythe there, which is really, really nice looking scythe. So if you are into that sort of thing, make sure you check us out next Friday, April 21st. Put it in your calendar or go to brawlhalla.com/schedule for that. Yeah, last one was in November. Thank you, Juan Gana. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, I'm a little zoned still from all the travel and stuff, so forgive my lack of energy here. But yes, very excited for that. That one's going to be really, really good. Hope to see you all there. April 21st, next Friday here, 1 p.m. Eastern. Next Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Say it back to me. Next Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern. I say next Friday. You say 1 p.m. Eastern. Next Friday. Good job, Chad. Good job. All right, moving on. We'll go here. We've got a lot of officially sponsored community tournaments in April. Yes, you might be saying, but it's April 11th. There's a ton of stuff that you can do. So if you're looking for ways to practice, ways to get into your first tournament, ways to maybe you want to get on the mic and commentate. Some of these guys are looking for commentators, that sort of thing. This is the best way to do it. This is all through the Brawlhalla Community Tournament Initiative. So check it out. In EU, you've got Fool's Gold, 1v1 and 2v2, $1,000 prize pool. North America, you get the Coral Clash, 1v1 and 2v2, $1,000 prize pool for each. SEA Showdown, you guys got your monthly here, 1v1, $500 out by NSIG. You've got Estasao here with Sabrado Brawl 70 and, what does the BH stand for? Brawlhalla? Chat, help me out. I should know this. 2v2, and you've got that Brawlhalla. Okay, Brawlhalla. Yes, thank you. So you've got that coming in for South America, and of course in Australia you've got Bearded Brawls 2v2. And that's all out there. Not to mention, we've got a bunch of other community tournaments here. Next Stage, Pixel Esports, Toronto, Brawlhalla LAN in April. If you're in Toronto, they're running a LAN. If you're near Toronto, check it out. I think you can hit up Costelix for more information. I think he's doing a lot of the point on that one. So that's going to be pretty neat. Battle Frontier, Torneo, Ghost League, X Atlantis, and the Brawl Ball monthly in April as well. So you've got a bunch of different game modes. You've got a bunch of different options. A lot of it's online. It's all free to enter, except maybe the LAN, but that's not something that I know, so I'm not going to say anything about it. But check it out. Lots of official community-sponsored tournaments this month. So keep an eye out for that. You can go to start.gg/bhcommunity, and that's how you sign up. That's start.gg/bhcommunity. Check them out because these guys are doing really, really cool things. And honestly, after San Diego this weekend, I'm like, I want to compete. I can't, but I want to. And if you wanted to, you've got all of these beautiful ways to compete. It's great. All right, moving on. These emotes are not 100% because we've updated them a little bit, but we do have a bunch of really cool emotes and emojis here on our channel. Some of them are animated, some of them are not. I'm going to update the slide. This is all on Twitch, by the way, only available on Twitch. So consider dropping your Prime sub. Not only do you get the free stuff with the Mysterious Stranger bundle by clicking the crown up above, but you do get a lot of really cool animated and static emotes as well. All right, finally, let's get into it. This was San Diego weekend. This was the first open LAN of 2023, right? We all flew to the West Coast, first West Coast LAN ever. We had a bunch of people there. We had basically over 200 Brawlhalla players alone at the event for doubles and singles combined. And let me say, when they showed up, they showed up. We had people there. The doors to the venue opened at like 9:30 a.m. on Friday. We had every single setup that we brought, people were playing on by 10 a.m. on Friday. To the point where we were like, hold on, we need 30 more minutes to get everything set up. Chill, chill, chill. You start playing at 10. No, Brawlhalla players were the first in line. Good job, guys. That was awesome. Y'all were the first in line. Like, you looked around and there was all this other cool stuff, but no, in the Brawlhalla section, every setup was taken within the first 30 minutes after we opened on Friday morning, which is awesome. And everyone made it through that extremely long line for check-in. In doubles, we only had like 4 teams DQ, I want to say, something like that. So really nice job on everyone. So here we are in doubles. People from South America, from North America, from Europe, from all over the world here duking it out with their opponents for, you know, a grand total of $35,000 for this line. And we paid out deep. We paid out to top 32. And so we'll start kind of backwards here, and we'll lead our way up to the top. In 9th, so 13th, 17th, and 25th. You can't see them on here, but they did place really well. We're going to start in 9th place for doubles. You had Boomy and Sandstorm, Snowy and Luna, Anime and Wubs, and Vicina and Sack. Which is a while, if you think about it. Just think about that 9th, like, the level of play was so high, that's the 9th place, right? Like, that's crazy. 7th place, Godly and Fozy bringing it in for EU. Zyder and Knees, again, bringing it in for EU. 5th place, South America representing with Fiend and Wesley, and then North America with Dog and Cutie. 4th place, this is where we're starting to see kind of that, the breaking through to kind of that Sunday, because we only did top 4 on Sunday. Java and Fakey. 3rd place, Meg D and Radish. 2nd place, Made and Experience. And Europe taking their first doubles LAN since 2019? Someone tweeted it. Someone was like, I'm going to correct the cabinet statement, right? The trophy cabinet. Because Europe did take some doubles. I mean, Addy Mystic's a double championship too. So, like, Europe has doubles in their trophy cabinet. But yes, Acno Blaze coming in and completely demolishing, I would say, everyone else in the competition for that first place. Really fantastic plays, and you'll get to see it because we're running after I stop talking the top 4 as a rerun with the rewards. Once I stop talking about everything that happened here. First LAN win since DreamHack Rotterdam in 2019. Thank you. Yes, San Diego Rewards Day, correct. This was so fun. Honestly, I've gone back and I've watched the VOD already for Grand Finals at least, and it's so cool hearing the crowd be into it and be like, oh, whoa, whoa, It's very exciting. And so that's our doubles tournament. Huge congratulations to everyone who competed. Huge congratulations to everyone who was there. That was doubles. So that was Friday. It was all doubles up until top 4, and then Sunday we opened with top 4 of doubles. We also had singles. And we paid out to top 64 here. So basically, if you made it into 49th, you made $50, which is basically almost enough to cover your venue fee, which is pretty rad. And let's hit it right away from 17th place. Anime, Dog, Acno, Wesley, Cutie, Java, Phazon, and Clem. 13th place, Fozy, Sack, Snowy, Knees. 9th place, Fiend, Experience, Godly, and Blazy. 7th place, Boomy and Meg D. 5th place, Use and Luna. 4th place, Lores. 3rd, Kaina. 2nd, Sandstorm. And 1st place, Impala. This top 8 might be my favorite top 8 of all time. Like, as I'm thinking about, I mean, VCX was really good. But I don't know. There's just something that's so cool about this top 8 where it was just, I don't know. Had you asked me what I expected for this top 8, I would not have said this, I think. I would not have put this in my predictions. But it was really good. And you're going to be able to watch that top 4 after I'm done talking in the rerun to get it. Yeah, that last game was absolutely insane. Impala versus Sandstorm for the run back, because it was Impala versus Sandstorm in winners finals, right? Impala won. Sandstorm gets knocked down to lowers. Makes his way back to grands. I'm not lying. Just for how intense and hype it was, I was rooting for a reset. Because it was so exciting. Oh my goodness. And then South America showed up huge. I mean, South America started traveling more to these in-person events. The Royals, they've always got 2 South American players. We had 8 or 10, 12 South American players at San Diego, which is huge. It's not an easy trip. It's like a 30-hour trip with all the layovers and everything. And it's just great performances across the board. I'm really just really cool. Goodness. So congratulations to everyone in singles. Thank you for showing up. I have to say here, keep an eye out for DreamHack Dallas. Registration for that is going to open very soon. Friday. No, very soon. Excuse me, I had something in my throat. And that event's going to be better and bigger, and there won't be a concert during qualifiers into top 8. And the pool stations will have a better audio solution for those players who were there. And we're going pretty hard with that one. So stay tuned for that registration because it's going to be very good. And also for everyone who's there, check your emails later this week, early next week. We're sending out the Immortal code, I believe was the one that we promised people who were there in attendance, and then also the avatar. And you may also get the viewership rewards if you were unable to watch them because you were attending the event. Stand by. That'll come through in an email. We're setting that up this week. We are also trying to take a day or two off this week as well because the team is trying to, heal up and rest up from what was a very, very busy week last week. So just keep an eye out on the email that you use to sign up on StartGG. That is where it will go when it goes out. And if you're like, I didn't get it because I don't have access to that email account, you should get access. And my next slide should be brawlhalla.com/schedule, which is always my way of saying, hey, you're done with the slideshow. Hey, you're done with the slideshow. Cool. All right. All right, friends. Chat, streamers, Brawlhalla players, everyone there. Thank you so much for watching this weekend. Thank you for attending this weekend. It's really cool to see everyone out there, and you'll get to see it, and you'll be able to hear it, especially in singles in that final set between Sandstorm and Impala. You can hear the crowd, and I wish there was a better way to show you what it looked like because our audience we had a very narrow stage, right? It was a small stage because it was a small venue, but our crowd went all the way back. I mean, it really was very deep. People were pulling chairs from the pool stations to get more seats. And it was just like you look back and it was as far as the eye could see. Yes, as far as the eye could see, Bodvar. You could see our audience, you guys watching, cheering. It was cool. It was a really cool time. That being said, let's get the rerun. So I'm going to get that spun up for y'all. Stay tuned. It's top 4 and top 4 doubles and top 4 singles. And we'll get that going. And let me see on my list, is there anything else that I need to be saying here on this stream? No, I don't think so. Cool. Stay tuned. Rerun coming up next. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in. Stream will stay online and rewards will stay online. And mods, I'll let you know. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Rerun up next.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Some gamers might be sleeping right about now, but not us. It's cool and breezy today in sunny California at DreamHack this morning as we gear up and kick off Championship Sunday. 4 teams of 4 and 8 singles players are warming up and getting ready to battle it out and leave it all they got on the stage. Last night we closed it out to get our final 8 for singles with an incredible 3-2 win by Boomy. And the night before that we saw many matches, including a 3-1 going in favor of Java and Fakey. The stage is set. The players are here and ready. It's Championship Sunday in San Diego, and the live coverage starts right now. Welcome, everyone. My name is Win Ann, better known as White Sheepy, and I'll be your host for today, wrapping up in an amazing weekend we've had. And alongside me, once again, is Duke and Sparky. Guys, it's Championship Sunday. I can't even speak right now because it's finals day, y'all. How are you guys feeling?
It's Championship Sunday. It's the day that all of this weekend has culminated into. It's been an amazing, wild ride. I say that every single day, but it holds true because so much of what we expected coming into this weekend is not what happened. So many upsets, so many variables that were unaccounted for, and ultimately the people who ended up holding strong and coming out on top are the ones who made it into today. So it's going to be a real exciting day.
And that's the chemistry that comes from a live event in person like this. Everything that comes from just the general area that you're in. Of course, we know about the concert yesterday, but also having your friends around you, being in a pools match and having a crowd of people behind you watching that. Being on the stage, some people for the first time ever, with a crowd of people, the seats filled right in front of you, having to hear commentary of us live like you might not normally have to when you are in your living room or your room playing in an online tournament. It's all of these things coming together, all of these vectors of chaos coming together to form what is the pure level of competitive esport here for Brawlhalla.
And it's been a great weekend. Now, let's talk about the schedule. Let's talk about some of the matches we're going to be seeing. Friday, we saw our doubles competition get through about 50-plus teams to find out who our final 4 are. And then Saturday, we saw our singles competition, and an intense one at that, by the way, to get through to our final 8. And now today, we crown our San Diego champions. Okay, guys, here's what's coming up. What match are you most looking forward to out of these first 2? These are going to be crazy. Acno Blaze versus Main Experience. Java Fakey versus Meg D Radish. I'm going to start with you, Sparky.
I'm really excited to see Acno Blaze versus Maid Experience because Acno and Blaze are the last hope for the continent of Europe. They are all that is left for everybody over there in France, in Sweden, in Spain, in Portugal. I don't know that many other EU countries. Germany's up there too. I can just look at that flag. That's not the right flag for Blaze, though. He's from the Netherlands, I believe. So also the Netherlands and other Scandinavian countries up there as well. They're the last hope for EU, and they're in a really good spot here. Not only are they playing phenomenally, but they're also in the winners finals here. So I want to see if they can make it into that grand final slot, get that guaranteed top 2, maybe take it home for EU.
And Duke, real quick, what are your thoughts on these first 2 matches coming up here?
I got to agree with Sparky. That's going to be a really exciting match as well, especially because, Acno and Blaze, we'll get into it once you get into the set, but they're like you said, the last hope of EU, but they're also one of the only teams to ever take a dub for the European region over North America. Not a lot of teams have been able to say it. Nobody in 1v1s has been able to say it. So it's going to be really interesting because if they win over Maiden Experience, that's a really solid shot. Guaranteed top 2 finish for those teams. So definitely looking forward to seeing that one. On the other side, of course, really looking forward to seeing how that competition levels up. We've seen Radish get a lot better, of course, for that team of Megdi and Radish, and then Java and Fakey have just been looking absolutely lights out. So it's going to really set the tone for these teams because they're still young bloods, and again, that's more that we'll get into as we get into those sets.
It's going to get real spicy just already starting off right at the gates, you know what I mean? But what's also really cool and spicy is some exclusive Brawlhalla merch, you know? Ooh. Yeah, so if you guys haven't heard, live right now on Brawlhalla.com/merch, you can get this exclusive exclusive San Diego t-shirt or hoodie, or maybe both. Okay, guys, you want to scan that QR code. It's a limited time, limited stock while supplies last, and the sale ends on Thursday, so you don't want to miss out, okay? And then, once again, as a kind reminder for all of my friends outside of the U.S., my international friends here, our partners have released a great, amazing new update to get a flat rate cost for shipping for y'all, for all these items that you might be purchasing this weekend. So, exclusive merch, DreamHack San Diego. Don't miss out. This is Mama Sheepy reminding you, because I always get people saying, hey, I really want some Brawlhalla merch. This is the time to get it. Scan the QR code, brawlhalla.com/merch. Don't miss out, okay, y'all?
Make sure you got the merch of the first offline event of 2023. Make sure you sport that clothes. I've seen people this weekend wearing Winter Championship hoodies and clothes like that. So it's been really cool to see, of course, people like showing that dedication across all the events.
Yeah, show your swag. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Show your swag off, all right? Show where you've been, what you've done, what you've seen. All right? Okay, now let's talk about the tournament. Let's get back into it. Let's talk about the format for today, for right now. So, Sparky, tell me about the doubles format.
It is going to be a 2v2 double elimination best of 5. We're used to this format. We've been living in this format for years now. Over 60 teams from every continent. For the fighting games that have doubles here at DreamHack San Diego, we are one of the most populated games here. Love seeing that. Also, of course, that $35,000 doubles prize pool. Of course, winner on top 4 now. So that bracket, even though it's a double elimination, even though it's a best of 5, it's little. That's a small bracket. There are very few players left standing here in doubles.
Yeah, for sure. And I know, if I remember correctly, like top, if you get first place, if you are crowned the champion, you get $9,000. Woo!
That's a nice weekend.
Talk about a nice weekend. You're gonna walk away with that amazing chunk of change there. So there's a lot on the line here for our folks who are literally about to get ready and play. I want to talk about the team specifically and kind of just highlight how they've been doing actually just recently throughout this weekend. So I'm actually gonna start off with you, Sparky. Tell me about Acno and Blaze. We're gonna see some clips of how they performed actually this past weekend.
Acno and Blaze are coming into this one seed 4. They're coming into this one on the winner's side of the bracket. They're coming into this one extremely confident. Acno himself said this tournament is free. Now, we saw him struggle a little bit in 1v1s, but it seems like he is not struggling here in 2v2s alongside his teammate, of course, Blaze. They've been playing together, one of the longest still running teams who really have not taken that break from one another whatsoever. Maybe in some community tournaments, but when money's on the line, when glory's on the line, they fit the best together. They have some of the greatest 2v2 team chemistry that we've ever seen.
Yeah, you love to see them. Of course, they've had so many rough patches as of late, right? They used to be the winningest team across the European region. They used to be that favorite team in the European region, and then they kind of struggled a little bit. It was a big wake-up call for Acno and Blaze to say, hey, we got to get better. We got to make sure that we show people that we are still that strong powerhouse team to represent Europe. And this weekend, they're definitely showing up for Europe, showing that, you know what, we still deserve to be in that kind of contention for top teams across the world, not just in Europe.
And they had a pretty tough bracket. They had to go through Dog and Cutie in the winners quarterfinals of top 32. That one went to a game 5. Then they had to go up against Java and Fakey, who are in our top 4 as well. So they had to go through a top 3 North American team and then a top 4 global team, also a game 5, just to make it where they are now. And then they have to go up against a tournament winning team of Maiden Experience as well. So it started off hard for Acno and Blaze, and it's just getting more difficult.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned Made and Experience, because that's the next team that I want to highlight here, because they are also looking so good and so strong. Duke, tell me, break it down for me.
Of course, these are some young bloods, again, burst out onto the scene at the midseason invitational, and since then have just been looking really well-rounded. When it comes to kind of social conversation, though, they tend to fall out. People don't really have that belief, that kind of comfort at looking at Maiden Experience, but all you gotta see is that one clip from this weekend of Made hitting the perfect weapon toss snipe to be like, all right, this team, there's something different. They're bringing something special that nobody else is bringing to the table, and they're looking so incredibly good. You can see the energy behind Experience. Again, some really young blood on this team, but they're only going to get better. Even if they don't win here, which I think they have a solid shot at, they're only going to get better.
chemistry for this team is also so strong if we're comparing them to Acno and Blaze in this moment, as we are, because they're going to be going up against one another. But this team is such a special team. But like, momentum is important for virtually every player at every level of gameplay. Momentum for this team is possibly the most important. They're going to have to come into this having the break between the amazing momentum they had on Friday into no doubles on Saturday, and now we're back on Sunday. So they're going to have to hit the ground running. They don't have pools matches where they can go up against players like you and I and wipe the floor with them, get those fingers moving, get that brain going. No, they have to go straight into this one with whatever warm-up time they have out here, going right into Acno and Blaze. They're going to have to get that train running right away.
I mean, I've seen experience on the setups. He definitely came here ready to win. He was tweeting out about how he's like having dreams of holding the trophy this weekend. Like, he's very much here in it to win it in the 2v2 space. And I think the way that 1v1 shook out for specifically experience kind of is really positive. He didn't have the best 1v1 experience, but he also was coming at it like, you know what, I don't have a lot on the line in 1v1s. I'm just going to have fun. And I think that kind of just builds a lot of positive emotional energy going into the 2v2 space.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I like that you mentioned, because he did tweet like earlier, I think today, about having dreams about winning. And I don't know, sometimes you can just make your dreams come true, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to like put it out in the world and it's gonna happen. And it's crazy that that's gonna be one of the first things we watch today, like this matchup between EU versus NA, right? So that was some of the players we talked on the winner side of things. Let's actually talk about some of the teams that we're going to see on the elimination side. Next up here, Sparky, I want to hear your thoughts on, yes, like you guys were saying, the young bloods here, Java and Fakey. How do you feel about them?
Based on the numbers, based on the seed, these players are not supposed to be here. They defied the numbers coming in at seed 9 for this tournament. They should be right outside of top 8, but no, they're in top 4. Shocking virtually everybody here. They got 4th place at the Spring Championship in doubles, but we're adding in EU. We're adding in South America. We're adding in so many different players that they don't have history against, that they haven't had the chance to really play against, and yet they're still succeeding. Java himself has said he hasn't really had the time to dedicate to things because what's been going on in his life, and yet he's looking the best we've ever seen Java. Fakey as well. We've talked about Java in the past. We haven't really talked about Fakey until now, but Fakey is on absolutely everyone's radar.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, coming in and looking at this team, I think most people would have been like, oh yeah, Java's just going to carry Fakey, and then you got an okay 2v2 team, and we'll wait until Java finds a new 2v2 partner. But really, Fakey's shown that like he can hold his own against the best of the best across the world, not just in North America. He's proven himself to be an incredible 2v2 player, and I think that just bodes really, really well for this team that, again, they've had like maybe 3 tournaments under their belt. Like, this is still a very fresh team with a lot of room to grow.
I'm loving watching Java play, and I'm loving Fakey's Hattori as well. We haven't gotten really as much Hattori as I would have thought. Some of the like regular Hattori players, they'll play a little bit of Hattori, they'll play a little bit of some other legends as well. So I'm glad to see that Hattori representation, a strong character in 2v2s, virtually for all of Brawlhalla's history. Same thing with Bodbar as well. So I'm loving their team comp, even though it's not the Cross Onyx that I talk about all the time is like my favorite team comp in 2s. I still love the team comp from them. I love the player composition. I love their chemistry as well. This is a team that has really shocked me and everyone else. They deserve all of the respect in the world, even just getting to this position, and I expect them to maybe even push it further.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, they really have surprised us all, just this matchup. And honestly, they, like you said, they've really proven themselves against so many of the great teams that have played this past weekend. Now, let's talk about our final team here. I'm going to pass it to you, Duke. Tell me about Megdi and Radish.
Megdi and Radish, it's interesting because if you look at them like at face value, just go, okay, 2 strong 1v1ers, maybe potential for a strong 2v2 team, but they're bringing something different. I keep talking about the fact that Megdi is not playing 2v2s the way he plays 1v1s. Megdi is playing 2v2 2v2s the way 2v2s should be played, and he's playing it so incredibly well. And then you look at Radish, who, when we were looking at the Spring Championship, Radish looked like the quote-unquote weak link. If you look at what Taza was saying, he said Radish is cringing bad at the game, but then you come into this weekend, and Radish is getting those follow-ups. He's getting those setups. They're getting so many 2v2 team combos that they're a really dangerous threat. Whenever there's an opportunity on the board, expect them to get those follow-ups, to get multi-hits.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're just looking at these clips. These highlights are literally from this past weekend. And I just watched them do a team combo on Experience, who's right now sitting on the winner side of things. So it's like, wait a minute.
They had an amazing run through the bracket. They went up against Lores and Kaina, 3-0 them, no sweat. They went up against Sandstorm and Boomy, 3-1 them, no sweat. Went up against Made and Experience. That all the way went to a game 5. We could have had Megby and Radish in top 4 on the winner's side just as easily as we have Made and Experience right there. They went down into the elimination side of the bracket, took out Fiend and Wes 3-1. So their run has been phenomenal.
Yeah, they are looking so strong. So we'll see how far everyone gets through this bracket today. So now, okay, y'all, I want to get your predictions, but before that, as a reminder for those watching online, be sure to engage with us through the plugins on Twitch, and you can that you'll see throughout today, because your vote and opinion matters. So let us know, chat, community at home, who do you think is going to win and be our doubles champion for DreamHack San Diego? That's right. Look at those trophies right there. There are going to be 2 people holding up those trophies at the end of today. So, chat, let us know what you think. Who's going to take the W?
Wait, they get a vote again?
Yeah, well, they get to vote, and then I'm going to ask y'all for
changing
your
mine.
prediction.
Out of 4?
I'm changing mine.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
just saying we had to put ours in before Friday started, and then there's people coming in
Well,
who didn't get to watch any
look.
Brawlhalla, and we're like, oh, well, I just got to pick 3 out of 4.
Okay.
75% chance.
I'm just saying, look, okay, chat at home, it's okay if you want to change your mind.
Y'all are
Don't
too
listen,
nice.
don't listen to Duke and Sparky
Lock
here.
in early, tweet before the weekend starts, like Sparky does.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I mean, yes, it looks like you guys did locked in your predictions early here on who I'm looking. I'm literally looking. I'm
you're seeing our predictions
checking the
and
facts.
seeing that we were pretty wrong. The top 2
well,
seeds.
I was totally wrong.
The top 2 seeds are already out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Everybody I picked is not in this top 4.
One of
None
mine's
them are.
still in there.
Who'd you pick?
Maiden Experience was my number
Oh,
3.
yeah, cringe.
Yes, made an experience. Yeah, but in the wrong, possibly in the wrong order. We don't know. We don't know yet. But yes, you're right. Y'all's predictions are there or stated. But chat, community, it's okay. You vote. You can change your mind. You let us know who you think is going to take the W with the teams that you're seeing today. All right, Duke?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, fine.
Can they
Fine.
have that?
Fine.
All right. Okay, y'all. I'm just like, come on. Anyways, all right, guys. We're going to take a quick little break before we get into the action, get the players, and the game ready and all that. But when we come back, Duke and Sparky will get us into the action, so stick with us. Match number 1 of Championship Sunday up next.
Hala 2v2s. It's going to be a wild round. It's going to be a good one. And of course, we're going to find out in just a little bit who's going to be holding up those 2v2 championship trophies. Experience is already having dreams of it. He can mentally feel it. He's already experiencing it in his brain, his mind palace. But will he physically experience it in reality?
I'm hoping that they can make their dreams come true, even though I didn't predict them, just so that, like, maybe that means that you can manifest dreams and they do come true. Because I have dreams about having dinner with Alexandra Daddario, and I'm hoping I can make that a reality. I'm hoping we can make that happen. But we got Acno, we got Blaze, we got Made, we got Experience. Are they on the stage yet? They're on the stage yet. They're ready to go. I know we're ready to go. I know everybody at home is ready to go. This is going to be a very interesting one. Do they have history against one another is my question, Duke.
Well, while you figure out the answer to that one, I again want to call out the fact that Acno and Blaze are the last hope of EU. Not even just in 2v2s, but like literally across DreamHack San Diego. This is the last opportunity for any European representation. Acno and Blaze coming in. Of course, they have such a long history. They, again, were one of the winningest teams in 2v2 history in Europe. They had a winning record for a long time. Whereas Made and Experience, young bloods. They won MSI, they won Spring Championship 2v2s.
And they haven't won against Acno and Blaze. In fact, that winning record continues for Acno and Blaze here against Made and Experience. From the World Championship, it was a 3-1 victory for Acno and Blaze over Made and Experience. Gravity cancel Insig from that Kaya that Acno had. An unforgettable moment. A moment in history that will forever be written in stone. People can picture it in their minds. I know I can picture it in my mind. And that was for a 3rd or 4th place finish. The win for Acno and Blaze kept Made and Experience off the podium there. If they win this, well, they're still guaranteed podium here. So they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, for sure. They have both teams have a guaranteed top 3 finish. One thing that bodes incredibly well for Acno and Blaze is all the teams of late that have been knocking them down out of the tournament. There's no Godly Fozy in this. There's no Boomy Snowy winners of the World Championship. All of the major threats that Acno and Blaze would have had to prepare for coming into this weekend, they're all gone. All that's left standing between them and being the trophy holders are Made Experience, and then on the lower side, Java Fakey and Meg D Raiders. But we're getting into game number 1, and already some damage being put out on the side of the blue team.
And we're seeing classic team comps coming out from here. Made and Experience on the Cross and the Onyx on the other side. Blaze on the regular Olgrim. We've seen him play, and Acno on that Kaya. We have seen him swap it up every now and then here, even at DreamHack San Diego onto the Koji when things are looking grim. But so far, he's going to be starting it off with this Kaya.
Yeah, definitely expecting this Kaya bow to pay out as he goes for the N-Sig. Left side, the Nair hits. Blaze makes it, so it's a victory for the red team as Experience the only one to fall.
I can't believe the bottom side of Blaze's recovery didn't make connection with Acno and end up spiking him down. It's going to be a full team wipe for the red team onto the blue, and Blaze is keeping it going. They just got a 4-piece onto Experience, has him in the orange, has him in the red. He almost fell into that, but found a great dare to find priority, get the KO, get the team wipe on the red as well. 1 for Experience and 1 for Made.
Yo, but look at Experience's health bar. He took so much damage. He was so eager to get that stock off of the red team, and ultimately he's knocking himself closer into the red damage.
Seeing Blaze now coming out with the Lance. We've seen some trouble from Lance players this weekend. They get the KO onto Experience, sending him onto final stocks. It's a little bit of a rough way to start this set because everybody else is so much in a better spot than Experience is now. Even Made, even though he's the most damaged in the game so far, he's in the orange. He's pretty even with Acno now.
And Experience might have to go back to the wall, start to play really defensive, but that's just going to give the red team opportunities to 2v1 onto Made. And you can kind of see from the way that they're looking, they're not even really thinking about going after Experience. Right side, Acno not able to make it back to the wall.
That was a nice catch from Mades in Sig. That put Acno over towards the edge, caught him out in the middle of his jumps in the air, so he wasn't able to make it back, even though he wasn't forcibly sent to the blast zone into hit stun. He just kind of fell down in that bottom blast zone. You're hearing that axe swing. Only one axe player in this game so far, so you know know Blaze is swinging and banging.
He's trying to get all that damage put out onto anyone from North America. Made gets a nice rising down air onto Blaze, puts him off stage, but Experience gets juggled. That Nair almost does it. Made trying to make sure he can take down Acno and maybe go for a 1v1. The save from Made, but it doesn't work out as Acno gets the recovery.
The follow-ups between Acno and Blaze, they look like they've been playing a tournament all day and are 100% warmed up, 100% on the same page. They are a different breed here.
I mean, Acno and Blaze, they both know there's only 2 sets between them and victory, and right now they're playing one of them as Acno gets in and the handoff to Blaze. Like you said, no warm-up time, already hitting the follow-ups.
They got to be feeling good. Already coming out in game 1. It is just game 1. We know game 1 can be a goofy one. But the fact that they played so phenomenally that game, their follow-ups were immaculate. The support that they gave one another was immaculate. If you were physically allowed to hold that D-Sig longer when you gravity cancel it, Acno would have, and there's a good chance Experience would have fallen into it. That would have been massive. See, look at that follow-up. The follow-up between teams. The red team is just so on. The reactions are lightning fast.
And we're getting right on into game number 2. We'll see if Experience changes up the playstyle a little bit because he was the one to fall pretty quick in game number 1.
May gonna be hunting for a weapon, finds the gauntlets. Gonna be taking some damage from Acno's bow. I'm hearing those lance sounds on the left side. Even the juggling coming out from Blaze as they target swap. May taking the most damage in this game so far. He's gotta be careful.
Acno starting to throw out all sorts of sigs. Blaze with the coverage. Made gets a nice follow-up there as Acno caught up Blaze on the top of the map.
A little bit of team damage coming out. Great follow-up from Made. Will Experience start putting out some damage onto Acno. The side sig, the second hit of it, ends up making contact with Acno from Blaze. They're starting to struggle just a little bit in terms of team damage, but they still have the lead as Experience and Made are both in the red.
Good chase dodge from Experience. Got him away from punished territory. Falling Nair from Acno after that weapon toss. Make sure you land safely as the side air launches Experience. The weapon toss. Made can't make the trade as Acno covers.
Dodge gone. That's why you saw Acno go in unarmed, and they still find that. We were seeing Lance players struggle, both Blaze and Fozy, with side air follow-ups off of their teammate, whether they were too high, too low, didn't know the exact speed. Not a problem today. That's what happens when it's Championship Sunday, baby. You can't make those small mistakes. Blaze is going to fall there. Acno still living, dealing with both members of the blue team. Only is going to take that down air from Experience, and that neutral light not going to be a KO whatsoever. Acno living.
Incredibly healthy here. Relatively high defense for that Kaya, but it's also giving some openings for the blue team, right? They can launch Kaya away and then maybe go for a quick 2v1 onto Blaze. There's that side air. You can see them rotate for Blaze, but Blaze backs out of it.
Blaze high in the air. He doesn't get hit by that recovery. He's able to land. I thought that was going to be a take off the top for sure. Acno is still living until just now. That was 1 minute and 50 seconds into the game before he lost his first stock. Blaze just was not taking damage there. They didn't really put too much pressure on him whatsoever. Recovery, almost taking Experience off the top. That is the Onyx defense.
Alive. That recovery almost did it. No follow-up there from Experience. Gets in, gets a nice side air, but you can see him just chase dodge in an awkward direction as Acno gets the pickup again. These weapon toss down into unarmed play from Acno, paying dividends.
Now Blaze is kind of playing really defensively here. I feel like I haven't seen him do anything for like a minute, but at least for the red team, it's been working okay because Acno is just going beast mode. He's all over the place. He's putting out damage. He is taking some damage. Blaze is going to fall there from Experience. See if Experience can land. He was sweating for a second. They got to look at the stock of Made. Hope to get him out of here and put him on his final stock.
By the numbers, the stock count is pretty much even between these two teams, but the Sair from Blaze gives them the lead. Acno avoids the ground pound left side. Experience gets back to the wall, manages not to get side-aired there by Blaze.
Experience trying to come in with this cannon. He wants to find this stock onto Acno. I think a cannon in like towards the edge will do it. They're going to be hunting for this one, but Acno's playing back a little bit now. He's starting to move in, but you see him always moving back. Even after he goes in, big dare, all the way pushing off stage. He's going to be spawning back in. The Blaze is just running away. He knows he shouldn't be taking damage here, so he's just going to run until Acno's in and give some support, relieve the pressure.
Don't let them get those 1v2s while the teammate is respawning. Final stocks here. This could go either direction. Whichever team loses a player first, is going to put themselves at the deficit in a major way.
Now, this was Acno and Blaze in the lead for a good bit of this game, but this is like the last 2 minutes of a football game, and I'm talking American football. This is where the real game is played. Acno and Blaze just barely in the lead because Acno has taken very little damage so far. Blaze almost knocked out off the top. And he is there with Made. Experience started it. Made finished it. Acno in the 1v2, but it's absolutely winnable. He's in the orange, hoping for a repeat of that GC NSYNC from BCX.
Where's the follow-up? There you see it. Gonna launch Acno over to the right side. Not quite KO. One more opportunity as he comes up unarmed, hits the down heavy to launch Experience. Both blue team members are in the red. There's still a chance here for Acno to steal this one away.
Acno was able to grab that weapon that was super clutch for him there. Gets the follow-up, not quite. That's going to be the low string of Kaya. He is done right off the top, picking him up all the way up there. Even if he was on a lower strength legend, that was absolutely a guaranteed KO. Great pickup from Made.
Yeah, really well done at the top of the map. That GC downline, I think he even utilized the iframes of it to make sure that he kind of got inside of that spear recovery. But there you're seeing Acno and Blaze have been hitting some amazing follow-ups.
Yeah, they've been really on for it right away, right out of the gate. They've been so strong with it. And it's not just follow-ups from like, okay, we have the 2v1 man advantage here. We have our teammate perfectly set up. We have the opponent perfectly set up. Like, these are not laboratory requirements, not laboratory criteria. This is in the wild, baby, and they're still hitting these. They're finding them all over the place.
No control on these experiments this time. It's all about going out there and getting that improv. Right now, Blaze untouched. Blue team really backs to the wall already.
Blaze is going to be starting this one off with the lance. Acno in the edge guard. Blaze moving in. Acno wasn't able to grab his bow, so he's going to be disarmed. Tries to move over and grab that weapon, but he gets knocked away. Now he has the spear in his hand. Acno is extremely damaged. Red team was looking good, but Acno started taking some punishment. Good follow-up. Good follow-up again after that neutral light from Acno onto Blaze's neutral light from the lance.
That recovery from Made, keeping him alive there. You saw Acno go for the weapon toss, trying to play an unarmed edge guard. Experience misses the ground pound. Made can't get the coverage. Both blue team members on the wall, and the ground pound from Acno gives them the lead.
Made over on the edge. They're hoping to trade one for one if we're looking at the blue team, but Made, at least he's able to get back to the main platform, so he's going to hold on to this stock, and he's going to come up, interrupt, and get the KO onto Acno, putting him onto his second stock. We're in a basically even game, but Experience does have about 50 more damage on his stock than Acno does.
That side air from Experience might get him down to the even stock, or give him the stock lead, excuse me. Oh, good follow-up. Made trying to save.
Acno and Blaze are so good today. They are playing like a championship-winning team. Blaze barely getting over the edge. He's turning it around. Double air 2000. But that actually gets the KO with the bounce off the wall. That's how long Blaze was living. But
nice
Made is doing the similar thing here.
Oh, and Blaze is in position to make sure Experience backs away. Ended up going for the 2v1 onto Blaze. So Acno going to hold on to the second stock a little while longer.
Made over on the edge still is yet to fall until he takes that down air from Acno. He's going to be spawning in fresh on the second stock. Acno over on the edge does not have a weapon. He's going to be hunting for that. Made's going to be hunting for it too, but Acno grabs it right out from under him.
Red team with complete weapon control there. They tried to go for that edge guard onto Experience. Nice target swapping from Experience to put Acno down to his final stock.
This is where that momentum can really come into play for Made and Experience. They took that last game away from Acno and Blaze, got the momentum in their favor, got the confidence in their favor, and you see it this game. They are ahead of Acno and Blaze right now, largely due to the fact of Made. He is not taking that much damage. Anytime he's like matching Blaze, Blaze gets knocked out and Made is still in it.
They have two very similar team comps in the sense of like you've got this one really aggressive the team combo. Experience with the turnaround.
That's huge. Getting the stage spike there to send down into that blast zone instead of bouncing off of the vertical left side wall. Blaze grabs a weapon very quickly. It's double gauntlets for the blue team. That may limit their 2v1 combo option. That's going to send Made to his final stock. We are so even. It's yellow and yellow to orange and white. Average that out. Everybody's in yellow.
And he got that blast off his down tick off of hitting his teammate, I'm pretty sure. Ended up sending Made out of there. Final stocks here. Experience definitely the target of the red team. He's the most damaged person on the screen. Comes in.
Agno's having to fight this one unarmed until he picks up that bow just now that was on the soft platform. Insig coming out, has Made in the orange. They're going to be looking to get this stock off of Experience, put Made in the 1v2. They can grab it quickly. It's going to put them in a fantastic spot as they'll both be in the orange compared to the blue team. The D-Light, he had to go for the spot dodge there because Blaze was coming in with the Axe neutral air to interrupt, so he couldn't go for the D-Light recovery.
That was, the N-Sig from Acno. Made, can he get the clutch? Red team with the weapon tosses.
No one's going to go in immediately. They're being cautious. They're being careful. They don't want to throw this one away. Going up 2-1 here. Great follow-up from Acno to clean that one up as well when both of them were very much in the red. Didn't want to overextend because they could have lost that game.
They played that incredibly safe, and that's going to give them that slight lead. Currently up 2-1 over Made and Experience.
A victory here for Acno and Blaze lets them move on into the grand finals, and that scoreline would be a repeat of what we saw at the World Championship. It could potentially, at least at this moment, gatekeep Made and Experience out of the direct grand finals route like they gatekept Made and Experience off of the podium at BCX.
We'll see if Made and Experience can find the keys to the kingdom as they are currently down behind Acno and Blaze. Can they take this to game number 5 as they start off again on Apocalypse, again on the characters that they've been locking in since day one?
Acno sent high, even off screen, but he didn't take that much damage. He wasn't really in danger of being knocked out. It was going to take something huge to take him off the top, and I don't think Cross really has very many vertical KO options like that when you're that high, especially when he has the gauntlets in his hands.
Yeah, you've got like recovery.
Or like maybe a D-Sig, and let's be real, you probably ain't hitting a D-Sig up there. Made's the one off screen this time. That weapon toss might have just saved him from getting hit by that recovery.
Experience comes in, trying to give some reprieve to Made, as Acno's definitely been hunting Made down. Made currently unarmed. Blaze catches both blue team members with that axe recovery.
Acno also might need a little bit of reprieve though, because he was the most damaged in the game, but then all of a sudden Experience and Made are meeting him right there. Acno sent over to the left side. Made turning his attention onto Blaze.
That's a teammate.
That's tough, and the juggle off of that from Experience might give them the full team wipe. Sidelight side air, almost doing it on Made. That would have been a bad team damage KO.
Oh, but both blue team members really stuck on this wall, and the red team so good at covering. Ground pound from Acno is going to take Made down, keep that stock count even.
Acno and Blaze just sitting on the main stage. Made coming back in. You see him just kind of hovering around. He felt safe to do that because he still had the iframes from respawning back in. He was able to pick up a weapon pretty quickly. He's going to side air his teammate, send him over to the left. A little bit more team damage. It's not the worst thing in the world because the red team wasn't able to follow up off of it. Almost off the top. In the meantime, Experience does fall on the right side to Blaze. It's 5 stocks to 4. Blaze still holding on to this. We're about a minute and 45 into this game when Blaze finally falls on that first stock.
But Made and Acno staying basically even in damage taken. This is really close between the two teams.
A lot of team damage coming out here. Actually, a lot of overlap damage as well from blue onto both members of the red. That's going to be a good damage pacing there for blue. If you can pick up both team members of the opposing team, that's fantastic. I mean, you're literally doubling your damage.
Experience, but the recovery miss from Blaze, a rare drop in the team combo.
Blaze was caught there for just a minute in between blue, but they were kind of in a weird spot with Experience on the main platform, Made on the soft platform. Couldn't find the combo. Experience sent flying, both members of blue on the right side. Now split, Made hoping to land. He's able to get back, but he goes back aerial. Made's gonna fall. He's the first one to be put on his final stock. Blaze sent flying as well.
Doesn't hit the dare. Acno with the turnaround, currently up 4 stocks to 2. Made sitting out on that wall. Gets back, Blaze. Gonna get taken out by Experience. Acno going real far out to the left side, wants to wait out the respawn. That spear toss helps give him some coverage.
Great weapon toss there. That weapon is so long. It gives you essentially a force field above you that moves up and actually pushes your opponent away from you. Not just acting like a wall, but a moving wall.
Gives just enough protection and hit stun. Acno holding down that stock lead for the red team. Also giving some coverage there. Top of the map, went for the N-Sig.
Acno.
Experience.
Acno's gonna fall here. They have the chance to do a lot of damage to Blaze. He's very much getting close to the red. He's got to be careful how he plays this without a weapon. Grabs the axe. You saw that side air from Made, and now they're putting work onto Acno.
Lots of people getting into the red here. Blue team needs to take down Blaze, but even then, it's not a guaranteed 1v2W. Double gauntlets. There's the Nair. Experience. Acno comes in, hits the pogo. Made far away. He's getting experience is gone. It's all left to Made in the 1v2.
There's the weapon toss that gets the dodge burn, but again, they're not going to over pressure. They're not going to overcommit. They were so close with that. Made had a little bit too much damage. It launched him so fast. That's gonna do it. We see a repeat of BCX for Acno and Blaze as they take it 3-1 over Maiden Experience and move on into the grand finals.
Acno and Blaze have the potential to do something so few teams have ever done. Take a W over North America in 2v2s on North American soil. This could be huge.
The EU Dream combining 2v2 and 1v1 is hanging on by a thread, but that thread comes from a spider, and we know how strong spiders' webs are. That is the strength of this team. Yeah, but like, not when the spider's as big as Acno and Blaze are. That's a human-sized
proportionately
spider.
That's a real strong spider, and Acno and Blaze looking incredibly strong. A guaranteed top 2 finish for this European team. Now it's all left to the North Americans to fight amongst themselves to see who's going to go into the grand finals and challenge Acno and Blaze.
Man, if I looked at this bracket, I would have said, yeah, Maiden Experience are the best chance at NA beating Acno and Blaze. I don't know anymore. I don't know if NA has a chance at beating Acno and Blaze. We're gonna have to put our hopes into Java and Fakey, Megdi and Radish, or the run back from Made in Experience if we want to take this one home for the North American region. But I love seeing Acno and Blaze doing this well, because the story for so long was Acno and Blaze. Then all of a sudden we were like, yeah, we don't care about them anymore. I'm not playing with Woody anymore. I want Godly and Fozy. Godly and Fozy or Buzz Lightyear. That has the laser, it has the wings. I don't need some cowboy anymore. He's boring. There's a snake in his boot. Who cares? This guy's in space. But now we have Acno and Blaze coming back. You can see those flags. Acno from Germany, Blaze from the Netherlands.
Well, now they get to sit, watch, relax. They've gotten that winner's side advantage in the grand finals. The North Americans going to have to compete amongst themselves. Will it be Java and Fakey? Will it be Megdi and Radish to challenge Maiden Experience for that grand final spot?
Now, I mentioned this earlier in the pre-shows. By the numbers, Java and Fakey are not supposed to be here. They are seed 9. Megdi and Radish, same story. They are not supposed to be here. I believe they are seed 10. So this is seed 9 versus seed 10. 2 incredibly evenly matched teams in the top 4 here, fighting for their top 3 spot to fight it out against Maiden Experience in the elimination finals. Again, don't know how to feel about these teams because Sunday is a new day. Today is completely different from Friday. There was a full day of 1v1 focused gameplay for all 4 of these players.
It's a new day, yes it is, but when we look back into the history books, Java and Fakey, Megdi, Radish, we saw them play just a week ago, and one team did slightly better. That's the team of Java and Fakey. They got 4th, whereas Megdi Radish got 5th.
Yes.
But this weekend, only one person is competing in 2v2s and 1v1s.
Tell me who.
Is Meg D. He's coming in here competing on both the 2v2 and 1v1 space, which is either amazing, an indication that he is playing out of his mind this weekend, or it is a penalty because his mind is going to be split. If he doesn't do well in 2v2s, he's going to be thinking about his 1v1s.
Now, both of these teams were sent down into the elimination bracket by the 2 teams that we just saw. Acno and Blaze sent down Java and Fakey. Maiden Experience sent down Megdi and Radish, and both of them were Game 5 sets. So, we just could have easily have seen Megdi and Radish versus Java and Fakey in the winners finals, and then Acno and Blaze versus Maiden Experience on the bottom side of the bracket. So we could have flipped that coin, and I would have not been surprised whatsoever.
I mean, by those numbers, Java and Fakey might have the best chance because they went to Game 5. Maiden Experience went to Game 4. There's a potential there for Java and Fakey to be the NA Dream to potentially take down Acno and Blaze. But of course, they've got to get through Megdi and Radish to earn that opportunity.
So while we're waiting to get into this game, let's talk a little bit more about the Spring Championship and what happened for these 2 teams. You mentioned that Java and Fakey got 4th, Megdi and Radish got 5th. That means Java and Fakey gatekept Megdi and Radish outside of that top 4. And it wasn't a 3-1 like Acno and Blaze versus Maiden Experience at BCX. This was a 3-2. And this was, again, 1 week ago, just 1 week ago, these two teams went to a Game 5 against one another.
But at the same time, I've been really hammering home this point, and I've griefed Taza about how he phrased it, but Radish has definitely gotten a lot better between last week and this week. Like, he legitimately is playing Tezca 2v2s so incredibly well, whereas last weekend there was, you know, some growing pains. There were some opportunities where I'm like, why aren't you just playing the classic Petra? But now this weekend, his boots are looking on point. His gauntlets, of course, solid as well, and he's been setting up so often for the Meg D6.
Yeah, we've continued to see how powerful boots can be in 2v2s. They are not meta-defining like a lot of people thought they might be upon Boots' initial release, but we have seen some solid placements here recently, including this weekend as well. One of which, of course, is on your screen right now coming from Radish. We've also seen Sandstorm play the Tezca as well, and I don't think I actually got to see any Ninja this weekend. Is Ninja playing Tezca this weekend?
I don't think I saw Ninja. I think Wesley played Tezca in 1v1s.
That's true, yeah. I forgot about Wes.
All right, looking at the head-to-head, though, see a lot of big numbers and one small number, and that's, again, to highlight the fact that Fakey is still really, really young to the game. But really the thing that stands out for all 4 of these people is that this could be their opportunity to podium for the very first time here at DreamHack San Diego. 2 of these players are going to be going home with their very first medal.
Now, I'm wondering why Java and Fakey have not hooked up as a team before this year, because the very first tournament they played in was the Winter Championship of this year. They got 2nd place in that. Then they played in Moose Wars Frozen a Fury about midway through February. Got 4th in that. You can see the viewer vote right there. That it being that split,
yep.
100% agreed.
Yep.
100% agreed. The seeds are 9 and 10. Honestly, I would have thought that Megdi and Radish would have like the popularity vote if we're talking like junior high student councils. Like, no one's talking about policy. You don't actually get to do that. It's just a popularity contest. That's why I won vice presidency in in student council in junior high. So the fact that these are even is Twitch chat, like you did an intelligent thing. Like you did a smart thing by looking at the numbers and not just being like, oh, Meg D, Radish, pattern recognition in my brain. I see neuron stimulation as the little monkey. I'm going to click that button. So good job, Twitch chat. You did something today.
Yeah, they didn't go for the name recognition. They didn't go for that brand recognition, go to the grocery store and be like, oh, I've seen an advertisement for Tide or anything like that. Instead, it's so
and it's getting smaller.
Close. Twitch
chat, look at world's smartest Twitch 50-50? Chat right here. Are we actually doing this? Okay, now they're swapping over to Java and Fakey. Okay, going back to 50-50.
Nobody else vote. Keep it clean.
Yeah, if you're still in line, actually get out of line.
Get out.
Leave no. Okay, a couple more people get in line for the Meg. Wrong
line. Other side. Wait, no, hey, you're making it worse. Wait.
That's Java and Fakey. You see, of course, Java with that long hair on the left side, and then Fakey, he's got that hoodie up. Like so many other Brawlhalla players and gamers in general, they love that hoodie up. It's just this is a warm environment. I'm a little bit surprised to see some of these players bundled up. Now you see Meg D and Radish. Of course, that's Radish on your left, Meg D on your right.
Meg D locked in, ready to do this one. Helping out Radish here because, again, Meg D, like, he doesn't have to win this. It'd be nice to win this, but he's also got 1v1s later.
I mean, I'm sure he really... Oh, we got back to 50-50. We love seeing that.
Wait.
Oh, okay. We're going to be getting into this game very, very soon. We'll see if we get the repeat for Java and Fakey going 3-2 over Megdi and Radish at Spring Championships just a week ago, or if Megdi and Radish took something home, learned their lesson, and figured out how to defeat Java and Fakey here at DreamHack San Diego 2023. We're on Championship Sunday, baby!
The viewer vote, basically a coin flip. The emotional vote between you and I, basically a coin flip. We'll see if this ends up heads or tails.
Pick one
and find out.
Pick a team. No, not the coin. Team.
Oh.
Pick a team.
Oh, this is like asking me where you want to eat. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, just like at least you have 2 choices here. Pick which team you think's gonna win.
Meg D Radish.
Silly. What a fool. What a fool.
Oh, okay. So
you're
taking Java Fakey?
It's Java Fakey, obviously.
Oh.
Everyone knows this.
Okay.
Everyone knows this. We're gonna get the repeat. Their team comp is solid. Their chemistry is solid as a team. Megd and Radish solid as well. I think Java and Fakey just have a little bit of the edge on Megd and Radish. But again, I mean, we cannot say this enough. It doesn't matter how well or how poorly you were playing on Friday, because so much has happened since then. We are at a completely brand new day. Not even one day to the next. There was a full day in between where 2v2s were not in anyone's minds whatsoever. They were focused on that 1v1 gameplay, which is completely different.
I think when it comes to like raw improvisational power, Java and Fakey might have the edge. But when it comes to those like labbed out combos, Megd and Radish have just like this huge burst power. So it's really going to be like, can they get those pop-up tents of like lab conditions, or are Java and Fakey going to really like lock them out of where they want to be and maybe just like put them into this airspace where they're not going to be able to do all those combos, these really horizontal combos. You basically got someone who wants to play, a team that wants to play on the y-axis and a team that wants to play on the x-axis, and we're going to see which one ends up getting their angle.
Well, I can't wait to watch this one, and everybody at home can't wait to watch this one from the Z-axis. One thing I'm a little bit worried about as a Java and Fakey fan here is I worry about the kind of lower defense on Fakey. Now, he is opting into the defense stance. That's going to push him from 4 to 5. That's a pretty good spot. That'll probably put him there right alongside Java on the Bodvar. I don't remember if strength stance take out of defense. I doubt that it does. So they're going to be sitting around 5, which that worries me when just a little bit when I'm thinking about the devastation of Boots and Teska. If I'm not a tanky legend, I'm worried about getting knocked out so early. I'm worried about getting carried over and taken out.
I think across the board it's all relatively even, like within the 4 to 6 range. Like I don't think any of them have like super extreme defense, if I'm not mistaken. But going back to like the combo routes that they take, Megd and Radish like to lean into the signatures a little bit more, whereas Java and Fakey have those kind of light attack heavy styles where it's like these a little bit longer, but you'll see kind of like maybe a hammer recovery into like a vertical pop-up or like a pogo. That's what you're more likely to see from the red team.
So we saw Fakey, we saw his controller for just a second, so we know Fakey's a controller player. I don't remember the other 3.
I think Java's controller, that's Radish's too.
That seems to ring true in my mind. It would not surprise me if we had 4 controller players, which is a little bit rare these days, at least this deep in bracket, as a lot of players really made that swap to keyboard.
Well, right now, Radish making the swap to Boots as Java comes in, gets a nice stomp side air, puts Radish off screen, catches everyone with the neutral light. Megd comes in first, so Java's keeping that pressure on him.
Java was chasing high, trying to take Megd off the top. The first strike is actually going to go towards Megd on to Fakey.
And Java ended up picking up that hammer recovery, couldn't get in position. He got too close to the neutral light there.
They almost had the chance to pick up that sword side signature that Java has been using so well to follow up and find KOs. We don't see a lot of Bodvar players anymore, but even when we did a little bit recently, we didn't see that side sig used as much of a follow-up option as Java does. And he also does D-sig on sword a lot more than other players playing Bodvar. So he does have a very unique Bodvar. Nice turnaround, nice counter punish there from Fakey. Not going to have enough strength to take Megd off the top here on Fortress of Lions.
Oh, Megd on the left side gets the gravity cancel side sig. Java again makes it a trade, but the stock count is in favor of the blue team. One thing that we're seeing a lot from Megd across this weekend, gauntlets downlight into N-sig. It just works for him.
It's so good. The signature kit that Chun-Li / Wu Shang has is so good. Megd picked up all 3 kills so far in this game. Was a little bit worried that Java and Fakey were going to fall too far behind, but no, those knockouts all of a sudden started coming for the red team, except Fakey. Got to be careful. Lower defense legend, and he is done. That is the beauty of the signature kit that Megd has in his tool belt, his ability to pull them out so quickly, find those KOs without having to worry about fishing for a D-light, though he does get it there, grabs the double D-light and the side air. Java in this 1v2, it's looking real dire.
It's rough, but it could be all right if he takes down Radish, right? Then it's just a 1v1 and you've got even stock count. There is that slight potential, but you can see Radish playing it very intelligently, sitting on the stage, covering in case Java gets past him, but he misses the end light.
That side air picked up both members of the blue team. They're both looking to land, one on the left side of Java, one on the right side of Java. They are able to make it. Trying to spot dodge that. You're not going to get through all of those active frames. This is why Megd is choosing this legend. This is why we aren't seeing Megd play on the Val. Picking the Wu Shang, a great choice.
Yeah, of course, you've got those gauntlet carryover from that Val, but really, it's the signature kit from this Wu Shang, this Chun-Li crossover.
Jabba hoping to land. He actually finds that weapon, plucks it out of the air. Meg D got his recovery interrupted there. That kind of let Jabba grab that weapon. You see the side sig coming through.
Jabba just trying to come in, sneak out a heavy button onto one of the blue team members. They're not able to get into position, but here comes the crossovers from the blue team.
That's the down air, sending him the dodges down over on the side. Exclamation points coming out. He's able to get back to the main platform. This is likely going to be it. Oh, they weren't perfectly set up to get the finisher there, but that's absolutely going to be it. Game 1 going the way of Meg D and Radish.
Quite handedly, really taking down Fakey early. It's one thing that you called out, right? Is Fakey coming in with a relatively low defense legend like this Hattori, and then blue team was like, okay, well, low defense means we just hit you really hard, and did so many team combos. There's even one where they were doing this team combo. Jabba was like smacking them around, and they're like ignoring Jabba to keep that damage going, and ended up finishing it off with like a gauntlet recovery to keep that damage built up onto Fakey.
We'll see if bullying Fakey out of the game is the game plan going forward for Meg D and Radish, just forcing Jabba into those 1v2s every time while they go to work on Fakey. But we're going to be getting into this next one. No legend swaps, no stage swap, no swaps that I can see so far as we're getting into this next one here. Game 2, Meg D and Radish are up 1-0. Each team is going to grab one weapon. The third weapon spawns in. It's Radish's gauntlets. Jabba's going to be looking for that weapon spawn. It comes in and he grabs the sword.
Double gauntlets on the side of the blue team, double sword on the side of the red team. Who can improvise the best and avoid the DI. That's what they're looking for with these team combos right now is Jabba. Nice split there, goes for the downlight side air to push Radish further away from Meg D.
Dude, Fakey's just getting bullied again. At least this time Radish is also getting bullied on the other side for the blue team. Nice punish there. Insync coming out. The rare signatures from Java's Bodvar, again, showing why his Bodvar is so different from so many other players who have played this extremely common legend throughout all of Brawlhalla's history.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you'd expect from someone who's been playing Bodvar for so long. He's able to weave in those signatures in ways that people aren't. But the down sig takes out one right side. Java manages to get back. The turnaround, Radish avoids it. Java's still living. Fakey's there for the pressure, but Java can't get back.
That neutral air ended up cleaning that one up. Great neutral air from Radish. Stringing Fakey all the way over to the left side of the stage. From the right, the D-Light side air is going to take out Meg D. It's 4 stocks to 4. Meg D's going to be coming in fresh white on this final stock. Everybody else in the yellow.
Manages to pick up a weapon spawn immediately. Team combo again. He comes in. Java manages to break it up. Make sure that Meg D can't hit that sig finisher.
Yeah, that's going to be that neutral light on the hammer is going to pop him up just a little bit. So that side sig from Meg D that hits very grounded, it's not going to be the option. Even if he had his teammate on that, Meg D was looking for the KO onto Fakey. It would have been 100% worth it. It wouldn't have KO'd Radish. That's going to be the KO right there. The immediate answer back from Java, but he could fall here, and he does. Meg D staying so far away from him after that spear toss because he knew Java didn't have enough to get back.
Yeah, made sure to avoid any potential nair or recovery that would have brought Java back onto the stage with a chase dodge, and now that gives blue team that stock advantage.
These double swords from Java and Fakey, hoping to get the KO onto Meg D. Radish coming in. Nice follow-up from Meg D. Weapon toss, bonking Meg D on the head. Tried to get the D-Light into the ground pound, but Meg D still had that dodge.
Managed to get away from that. Radish, meanwhile, not able to put too much damage onto Fakey while Meg D was basically playing a 1v1 off stage against Java.
Java has to find more connections with this hammer. It's just not the difference maker that I expected it to be more of.
Potential for him to swap off the hammer. This is game number 2. They've got one more minimum after this one. Recovery thrown out. Side light. Gets the read, hits the N-Sig. Fakey's done, so is Java. That's 2 in the books for Meg D and Radish.
I feel like I'm just seeing Java run around with the hammer in his hand, whiffing side airs, doing not that much, and then Java's getting bullied and it just goes back and forth between the two. Hopefully we get to see the damage split from Java, because I want to know how much damage his hammer did. I just really didn't feel like it's doing what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Java's Bodvar, you're generally thinking about the hammer. You're expecting a lot to come out of that hammer, and it was looking really good on Friday, but like you said, it's been a couple of days in between. Only putting out 100 damage on his hammer. You compare that to the 188 from the sword, and it's like, well, you just weren't putting that much damage out, period.
Yep, that's 288 on the weapons. He put out more unarmed damage than he did on hammer. We think of hammer as that devastating weapon, as gets those cheeky reversals over on the edge. You can get away with more of that in 2v2s than you can in 1v1s, and yet he's not executing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meg D, fantastic job. His spear put out 107 damage, but look at his gauntlets, 444. The string potential from his gauntlets. Using the signatures gives him also consistent KOs as well. So Meg D playing amazing. Radish as well. He's not really putting out too much gauntlet damage, but he's doing solid boot damage. You're seeing him string all the way from the left to the right, extending those strings, giving Meg D so much time to follow up.
Yeah, Meg D was hitting those gauntlet down signatures in particular. Man, you kind of talked about this in the pre-show earlier today, is that all of the players here right now in the top 4 of things, they don't have the luxury of that warm-up time that some of them might be used to, and that might be where Java and Fakey are struggling. Is right now, they're looking a little cold. You're not seeing that burst, that pressure that we're used to seeing from this red team.
Now we are going into game 3 here when Java and Fakey are down 0-2. No swaps coming out from Java and Fakey. Of course, no swaps from Meg D and Radish either. They're playing so well here. This game's starting off even so far. We're about to be 30 seconds into this one, but Meg D already hit that neutral air into the GC inlight. Radish looking to take Fakey over off the edge. Java hit a nice down air onto Radish. Nice down air as Fakey comes in, but here comes Meg D.
Radish is back up. Everybody holding on. Meg D goes back in deep, and Radish gonna box out Java. Lots of people hurt, but nobody's gonna fall just yet.
Oh, he tried to go for the double side light, but he didn't make the connection, and they're gonna get the full team wipe onto red. This is looking tough for Java and Fakey. Meg D and Radish might hit the quick 3-0.
Dude, that was good coverage on that too. You saw Radish come in and get that downlight side air, and Meg D immediately puts out the sword downlight, covers above, and makes sure he puts the damage onto Java. Ended up getting that stock a little bit earlier.
Again, Java now has the hammer in his hand. He hits that side air, but it's from the wrong side of the stage. Does find that one and gets the KO. Is he going to pressure off stage? No, he's just going to wait for Meg D to spawn back in. He's going to let Fakey go to work on Radish. Trust his teammate.
Well, stocks do end up getting evened up there as Meg D went for an unorthodox edge guard. Sideline, backs away. Meg D catches both.
And now they're both in the orange. They're both stuck over on that tiny wall on the edge. Meg D is so good. You saw him even turn around that down air so he could get back on the stage immediately.
Java comes in, starting to hit some nairs, but the left side is Radish trying to get another edge guard onto Fakey. Ooh, the bear comes out, not going to take down Meg D, but it does disarm.
And he went with the read on that. Even though he was reacting to get the punish, the fact that he turned around and did an insig, you saw how long it took for that to come out. So he actually did a major read, hoping that Meg D... Oh, he grabbed that one, the bear claw. It's going to take Radish off the top.
He knows we're in California. The bear is on the flag, so he's got to bring him out here. Ground pound.
Dominating.
That is Java grabbing 3 KOs on his second stock alone. He might grab a Java, and he does. He's going to fall for it, but that was a mighty 4 stocks for Java.
That's what this red team needed to bring this one back. It's not over yet. Meg D in the 1v2. He's got some health to play with, but so do Java and Fakey. Here comes the edge guard.
They do have to be careful. They can't go in too hard on the edge. You got to be worried about that gauntlet nair. We've seen Meg D's edge guarding so far in this tournament. It's been so strong.
Combo.
Don't underestimate him. They got to nail this one. And it's the side sig utilizing the soft platform on Apocalypse, and they're fighting back into this one.
You said they had to nail that one. They grabbed the biggest hammer they could to make sure that they don't miss, but that time it was a sword instead of a hammer to finish off the combo. They're holding on, taking this one to game 4.
Hopefully we'll get to see those hammer stats coming out from Java.
It looked better.
It definitely did on that second stock. I don't know if his damage overall is going to be like that much better, but obviously it was game-changing the way he pressured off stage, the way he was pushing so hard over the left. Java did 593 damage. I'd be willing to bet. Yep, there we see it. We see it, 382 damage coming out from that hammer compared to the 100 that he did in the previous game. That's why we know Java for hammer. That's why we talk about Java's hammer.
And there you can see like that tiny spike of Radish's final stock there. That was Java and Fakey going for that vertical, that thing that we talk about with this red team, and then Java converts that into a KO, chasing into the open air.
Both members of the red team stacked up over on the right side. We're going over to the Demon Island now. Going to have some small walls as well. No soft platform there for that side stick to come out from Java to finish up the game. Starting out this one early with Hammer, though. And we're already seeing the damage coming out. He's going to swap back over to the sword. Coming with the neutral light, but Radish was behind it. Back-to-back inlights. Meg D gets the first KO, and that one was early.
Yeah, Fakey falling real fast here. Meg D Radish regroup onto the left side. Java comes in, the side sig was charged up, but Meg D beats it out with the side light.
A little bit of team damage coming out, but Meg D pulls out of it very quickly. Doesn't get punished for it either, and there's no follow-up from the red team. So much chaos. They gotta start finding these stocks. If you're Java and Fakey, you need them now. D-Light recovery off the top. They can get the team wide. That's gonna put him in a pretty good spot.
Ooh, Fakey tries to go back, goes for the side air to try to set up into Java, but ends up dipping a little low there. Meg D, does he have the movement? No, can't get back to the wall. The red team with the stock advantage.
Gauntlets coming out from Radish here. Java still on this hammer. Look at the juggle game coming out for Java. That's what that J stands for.
He is juggling, taking everything off the top right now. Still holding on to that 3 stocks as well.
Ooh, big Sair. He picked it up from like the top side of that side air as well. He's going to get knocked off the top. It's 4 stocks to 4. Fakey in dire straits here. That tiny wall is not a big place of refuge for him, but Java came back in right in time, relieving the pressure, letting Fakey come back up and keeping him from losing his second stock.
Ceiling just high enough there. Fakey comes in, downlight, hits the side air, but Java with the interrupt, so Meg D mistimes the follow-up. Radish does find the ground pound, but Java's so stinking healthy here.
He's over on the wall. He went for the on-stage D-Sig, facing towards the middle of the stage. Probably,
Read him! Take him out the game. Java down to his final stock here. Fakey has to get away from this one.
Java trying to land. He siders the wrong way, takes the punishment from Radish. Radish continuing the onslaught of boots. Now over onto Fakey. He said, it's your turn.
Who wants the feet? Opening up a footlocker. Meg D gonna fall. Radish avoids the edge guard. No recovery from Java to connect. Good interrupt.
Everybody is on final stock. Java and Fakey are behind in the orange. They need to find their way back here. Java can't float around the stage, whiffing Sairs. He finds one against Meg D. Whiffs the neutral air, whiffs another one, whiffs another one.
They're all trying to find the positioning, but there's the neutral sig. Radish with the follow-up there. Neutral sig wouldn't have KO'd, so we went for the damage.
This is so scary for Java and Fakey.
Oh! Meg D's gone! Radish!
That's huge!
Still touches. Red team could take this to game 5. Downlight recovery splits the red team. Fakey. Oh, they don't hit the Sair.
Java couldn't get there quite in time. He didn't have enough movement speed to move over there. Inlight coming out. Radish very much in the red. Java and Fakey want to push this to a game 5. That was a little bit of a rough punish. I think he had the time for a side sig there. Surprised he didn't go for it. Fakey taking out Radish.
1v1.
Has the chance to win the 1v1 and move into the guaranteed top 3. Java has the hammer. He's got to be careful with his Sairs.
Oh, no one wants to make the first action. This is so important. It's the recovery, and Radish clutches it in the 1v2 to win it 3-1 over Java and Fakey.
They almost had the comeback, but it wasn't enough to deal with the team play of Meg D and Radish. What a strong team.
Meg D and Radish clutch it out. Incredible plays. Fantastic boots play. Fantastic gauntlet plays. Java and Fakey, I really feel like if they had come here earlier today, maybe they would have played a different game because there was warm-up time for that. And once they started to hit their stride, they were looking solid, but it just took them a little too long.
I think it comes down to that inlight punish
that
Java went for
Yeah.
onto Radish. If he did the side sig, I think that's game.
I think down sig would have been faster. It might not have KO'd the way that a side sig could have, but like if you're looking for a quick, like deep red hit, I think down sig would have been safe.
Him going for that neutral light, though, I think that really spelled the end of the set for them because Radish was able to turn it up in the end and end it for the red team, ending their tournament run and continuing blue team's run. That side stick off Apocalypse was so sick. Now we're getting in towards the middle of this last game that we just saw. That was amazing. What a follow-up there. And the fact that Fakey still went back down to hit the down air, pushing Meg-D further.
But ultimately, it was Radish to win out. In the end, Meg-D Radish are going to get their first medal, their first podium ever here at DreamHack San Diego. But can they get more as they go into Maiden Experience?
There's certainly a chance of it. They just took out the team that beat them 1 week ago. And they did it in a game 4. Didn't even have to push it all the way to game 5. They did it in game 4. Took out that team. They're now tied 1-1 in career sets. And let's do some math here. So it's going to be 4 games for Java and Fakey. And that is going to be 5 games for Meg-D and Radish. So they also have the lead in terms of overall games as well in career. That's going to set them up with some confidence for this next set that they're going to have to go up against. Up against Maiden Experience. But before that, I know everyone's ready to go. I understand. I am too. But we have to take a very short break. We will be back in just a few moments. Brawlhalla.com/merch. While we're on that break, we'll see you in just a few moments.
Hi, everyone here. DreamHack San Diego, Championship Sunday. I'm Toast.
And I'm Ajax.
All right, Ajax, how are you doing this weekend?
I'm doing fantastic. San Diego's been awesome. The tournament's been crazy. All of our predictions are in the trash. It's been a lot of fun.
So, speaking about predictions, who's going to win?
Who's going to win? All right. Prior to today, I probably wouldn't have been feeling this way, but I'm feeling it. The King of Kings is back. I think Sandstorm's taking it. I think Sandstorm is going back to the throne. He is looking like prime gameplay we're used to seeing, and his bracket path outside. Look, the one I want to see the most is the King of Games versus the reigning world champ. I need to see that Sandstorm Apollo set.
We want that. I'm with you. Okay, doubles though. Who's going to win doubles? Different ball game entirely. Some different teams, shakeups, that sort of thing. Who wins?
That's the one that makes no sense at all. But honestly, it's something I should have thought about before. I put them at my 4th, and I didn't have enough faith. Maiden Experience are taking it. I think that the Lanimals, and I don't think that they're walking away without this W this weekend.
I'm sorry, Lanimals?
Yeah, you heard me right. I stole that from Lazy. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due.
Lanimals at San Diego. We love it. So, you're here, traveling the world. You do this full time. What's the experience here like for you as on-screen talent?
For me, I've said it to you before, I'll say it again. Whenever that mic is on my head, that 2 hours, everything's gone. That's my escape from reality. I get to have a lot of fun, but once I step off, being here in San Diego, being around friends, being around all you guys, being able to experience the city, it's not something I ever expected to see in my life, not where I was expecting to go, but I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Last question. Favorite thing about San Diego? Favorite thing about San Diego?
Favorite thing about San Diego? The Gas Lamp District. Right across the street, there's a bunch of food. It's a lot of great spots to check out. There's a bunch of little shops along the way. Everything about the city is just such a great tourist attraction, but also beyond that, all the food and the locals are just really nice, so it's hard not to want to come back.
Awesome. Thank you so much for chatting with me. Best of luck up there on the mic. Championship Sunday.
Championship Sunday, baby.
We are back with the elimination finals here for 2v2s at DreamHack San Diego, the first open entry LAN event for Brawlhalla 2023 Year 8 esports season.
It's been a wild ride, but it's only getting more intense. Up next, we've got Meg D Radish versus Made and Experience, a set we also already got to watch this weekend because they ran into each other earlier on in the bracket. It went to game 5, but ultimately Made and Experience were the victors. Let's check out the highlights from that previous set. Oh, was it 3-1?
It was a 3-2 all the way to game 5. Let's look at the order of the games. The internet might be dead. I think it just is gone. So, okay, no, we got it. Game 1 went to Meg D and Radish. Game 2 went to Made and Experience. Game 3 went to Meg D and Radish. Game 4 and Game 5 went to Made and Experience. So it was a tug of war back and forth between these two teams. Radish wasn't able to get over to the wall there. Didn't even need that ground pound. There you see the pop-off from Experience. He was happy after that one. That shows how difficult of a set that was. That shows how strong of an opponent Meg D and Radish are.
Yeah, Meg D and Radish are just leveling up day after day, set after set. You can see the head-to-head between the two teams. A little bit more earnings on the side of Meg D and Radish. A lot of that off the back of their 1v1 plays. They're very strong 1v1ers, but this is their first time having some solid success in the 2v2 space, and you could not ask for a better location to have a good, successful 2v2.
Now you see Twitch chat definitely believes that Made and Experience are going to take this one over Meg D and Radish. If we're looking at past history, I mean, I got to agree with them. Even though it was a game 5, even though we saw how close it was, how excited Experience was when he won, I would definitely put my money on Made and Experience, but I also put my money on Java and Fakey last set, so who knows?
Well, I've already picked my horse, so we'll see where it leads, as I'm going to be rooting for the other team of Radish and Meg D right now.
Now, I really am loving, like we saw on the screen before this, the Legends Experience going crazy over the edge. Almost grabbed that second nair. But I love that, like, we know Meg D for the Val, we know Radish for the Petra, but this team comp that they have here is fantastic. They absolutely made the perfect choice in this team comp. Both of these players play these Legends together very well. They play them separately very well. It's a great composition.
Yeah, it works really, really well for them in the 2v2 space. And again, I keep hammering home the point that they're playing 2v2s in a way that they don't normally play 1v1s. Good target swapping coming out from Radish. He gets the vertical, then immediately turns over for the side air, comes over, catches Experience with the side air, Made to sit on this wall, and Meg D doesn't challenge with the down airs.
He did have the range advantage, but probably just didn't want to have to deal with possibly missing that. Getting hit with a gauntlet nair, out comes the reversal, and the edge guard might follow after that. Meg D now swapping over to the gauntlets. Maybe he's going to want to pressure a little bit more off stage now that he has a more off stage focused weapon, but he's going to get hit by Experience's ground pound. Radish comes in, everybody kind of trading spots back and forth. Blue hit, red hit, blue hit, red hit. Ending with a red hit, the D-Light ground pound from Experience. That's going to knock out
Made, only one sitting on 3 stocks. Meg D does not like that idea, so he takes him out at the top of the map. Experience in the 1v2, backs away, does not get caught out.
He was able to get in back onto the stage with the cannon side air, was just behind the spear side light that came out from Meg D that would have caught him out of the air. That could have been devastating, forcing an edge guard, maybe end up falling off the bottom, but no. Experience was able to get around it. Side light nair from Meg D into the side air, over on the edge. He was under that cannon weapon toss.
It was a good play from Experience. The downsig, and Radish doesn't even opt for the follow-up. Knew the downsig was going to KO. Made just putting out some hitboxes, trying to keep the blue team away.
Made floating very high in the air, all the way up top. Blue team, at least for the first part of that, was sort of focusing then on Experience while Made was floating around. Now we're sort of back 1-to-1, playing man-to-man defense.
Comes in, picks up the gauntlets, gets a nice recovery. Ooh, Experience with the wake-up GCN light.
That was beautiful. Meg D and Radish kind of controlling the stage, but Made actually on it, gets behind Radish, hits him with the side air, that neutral air. Radish did get the touch before that, throwing those boots above his head. Made gonna end up falling for that as Meg D comes in to relieve the pressure. That Onyx from Experience, that neutral signature getting the KO, and we are even until that. Full string coming out from Experience, gets the KO. KO. It's now a 1v2 for Radish.
We saw Radish do the 1v2 earlier, but this is a very hard 1v2 to do. Not only is it Made an Experience, the team that knocked him down into the elimination side of things, but they're so healthy here.
Bro, boots on the edge from Radish. He had several moments there where he was in control, but you still got to worry about that second member of the red team. Radish is making this happen, though.
Dude, he is dipping and diving around these red team hitboxes. He's gotten experience into the red. He's got to be careful about what option he goes for. To KO as Made hits the side air. Radish gets the wall touch.
I was a little bit worried that that was going to send Made far enough where Radish could get the turnaround and find the KO. He didn't have a weapon in his hands at that moment, so he wouldn't have. Oh, that's going to send Experience off the edge. Here comes Made. He's sent up with the neutral airs to give Experience plenty of room to get back over to the wall.
That neutral sig is so weird because I think if that landed on stage, it would have bounced in KO. But because it went off stage, it seems to have less force when you're going for the off stage version. And ultimately, Experience got to hold on there. Either way, Made had the coverage there. He played a great Blasters game in that 1v1.
Every time I see that signature, I feel like it's going to KO no matter what, just because it reminds me of a super from Rumbleverse, where you would grab a person, spin around, and like bounce off of cars on top of buildings before you slam them down and do 800 gorillion damage.
Well, unfortunately, not super enough for Radish to clutch out in the 1v2. Now we're going into game number 2. Megd going to try to survive a little longer this time.
Both members of the red team kind of pushed over to the left side. Both of them have gauntlets in their hands. Everybody has gauntlets in their hands except for Radish, and now Experience, who just picked up the cannon. That neutral air sending down. The vertical combo is going to end up in a little bit of team damage, but they found some nice damage on the Megd. You saw how far that neutral sig sent. That down air is going to interrupt the recovery. Megd barely getting back, but it's going to take a little bit more damage, and it's team damage from Radish.
Megd is getting bullied right now. He's taking so much damage. Radish comes in trying to give some breathing room to Megd. Throws out the down sig. Made catches the landing of Megd. Left side Experience hits the side air to take down Radish.
Despite all that punishment that Megd got, he just took out Experience, and Radish was actually the first blue team member to fall. Meanwhile, Megd still living on this first stock. Made doing the same thing, but has less damage than Megd does, so he's in a safer spot.
No, but not against Megd on the wall. Experience comes in. Experience gets above him. Megd just throwing out these uppercuts, gets up safely.
Weapon toss goes out, it misses, but he's able to grab the blasters. Then gets knocked out immediately, so the next weapon he picks up is going to be back onto those gauntlets, but Megd swipes it out right from underneath him. He's able to grab it, but out comes the team combo. Experience there to interrupt it and go crazy, getting the official double KO. First on the Megd, then on the Radish. What explosive gameplay coming out from Experience's cannon.
The immediate edge guard from Experience taking Radish down to his final stock there. This is big. This is great for the red team.
And this is genuinely one of the reasons I love this team comp so much, because gauntlets are so devastating in 2v2s. Cannon, just, it scares me in 2v2 compared to 1v1. And of course, everybody's been talking about blasters as of late as well. You're seeing Made use them really well right now. Man, I love this team comp, but I don't know, I'm feeling Megd and Radish comp as well. You see him with both members of the red team, now only one on the edge because they got the stock off of Made.
Almost took down Experience with it as well, but he managed to get back up safely, putting down some hitboxes as the pass over, and Made gets the end sig. Megd, last opportunity here.
And that was a pass over, and Radish was the firstborn, didn't have the symbol on the door. Experience and Made with the 2v1. Look at this combo. But Megd turns it around, capitalizes after Made ended up picking up Experience.
But still a second stock here for Experience. Megd still unarmed, comes in, nice gravity cancel downline, but that is again a burned aerial spot dodge. So Experience is going to get a punish, and Megd is running out of health to play with.
Cannon toss goes down. Oh, Made, how did he not pick up Experience there? Look at the timing of this team, the trust between these two teammates.
I think ultimately it wouldn't have mattered if he got.
Absolutely,
like,
you're exactly right.
I'll just do it. You got the teammate, you get the KO, and Made an Experience currently up 2-0. Very different from what happened in the winner side of things, where it was kind of back and forth. The Made Experience ended up bringing it back in game number 5. This time, they're just running away with it. They want to go back into Acno and Blaze.
That's the momentum playing in the favor of Made and Experience. This is huge for them. They're feeling so good here. everything that they're doing is just working. Their follow-ups are working. When they're together, they're working. When they're split, they're working. Everything is working for this red team. Dude, look, they're just... Megdy's about to be taken out off of his first stock this quickly in the game. He is so red. He's having to go in on the edge, goes back to the main platform. May just choose to fight Experience here. No, he's going to go over to the wall. He's just running away from Experience. I feel like we're watching Megdy in 1v1s, but that's just because how scary this red team is.
He took so much damage so early, immediately just running away like a kid playing tag. He just did not want to get touched, and he is avoiding as much as he can. Gets the side air, trying to get in position for a follow-up there as Radish putting the pressure out on the red team.
Megdy's still living. Oh, that ground pound is going to trade 1-for-1 after Experience gets the team KO as well. But one of the reasons that Megdy was still living as long as he was his evasiveness, but it was also Radish there to do that damage, to take up the reins, to pick up that second backpack that was on his teammate's back before and put out that damage, so we are even.
Yeah, I mean, he recognized Experience was really hunting down Megdy, so why not just get the damage behind him? And here comes the team combo into the downlight side air, side sig, but Experience comes in to interrupt the side sig. Downlight recovery, Experience almost takes Radish down. Oh, the handoff, Megdy over in the offstage with the spear in hand, trying to back away from Experience, wake up Nair. Left side, Radish gets caught by Experience with the recovery.
He picked that one up so low and still got the KO off the top.
Oh, wrong side dare though. Downlight side air, Megdy's down to his last stock here. This could be his tournament stock here in 2v2s.
Made still living on the second stock, Experience in an even better spot. The ground pound is only going to take out his teammate. Can Experience turn this around? If you average out the damage, it's orange and white versus yellow and yellow, so we are even so far, but Made going crazy off stage, unarmed. Experience doing the exact same thing, but it's his cannon. The recovery ended up clipping Radish. Made keeps it going with the neutral airs, and the recovery now onto Megdy.
Eyes on Megdy. If he falls here, it could be dire. Leaving Radish in the 1v2. The follow-up Made with the falling side air. Gets inside of it. Megdy not able to save. Radish down to his final stock. Megdy's done. It's all left to Radish.
I don't see a world where Radish gets back here. I don't see a world where Radish takes the victory here and sends it into a game 4. I think Made and Experience have got this in the bag. The way that they've been playing, Radish needs a miracle and a half.
Would be huge if he can clutch this. It would be amazing if he could clutch this. He gets one, but there's still 2 stocks left on this red team.
He doesn't have the boots in his hands this time. A little bit of overlap there. Okay. That could be the beginning of the miracle.
Oh, the weapon toss pickup Nair. Radish with an air chase dodge up, but Made with the coverage. 3-0 in favor of Made and Experience.
We're going to get to see the rematch of Acno and Blaze versus Made and Experience. They made quick work of Megdy and Radish. It really looked like it wasn't difficult at all for them.
Yeah. They said, congrats on getting on the podium, but the height difference between third and second is the height difference between a 5'11" and a 6-foot person, and Made and Experience are going into the grand finals.
Which is crazy because all of those players are short. Wow, man. Made and Experience are really on a tear today, even though they lost against Acno and Blaze. And it wasn't even a game 5, it was game 4. It was 3-1 in favor of Acno and Blaze, but they went down into the elimination bracket. They found the momentum they needed. Hopefully they can carry that back up into the winner's side of the bracket for this grand finals that we have coming up. The gameplay from Made and Experience is incredible. We really saw it that set against Megdy and Radish.
The North American hope rests on the shoulders of Made and Experience. The EU dream rests on the shoulders of Acno and Blaze. A lot of egos here on the side of North America. Consistently, North America has believed it is the most dominant region, and rightfully so. They've been winning so often in the offline events, but finally a chance for the EU team currently sitting in the grand finals with the winner's side advantage, already having beaten the team that's about to challenge them 3-1.
Now, even though I love South America, I'm really glad that it's EU versus NA, because there is there's contention here. I feel like if we were watching North America versus South America, we would be excited still if South America won. If we were watching EU versus South America, I think North Americans would laugh if South America won and beat EU. But now that we have NA versus EU, all the EU guys want EU to win. If NA wins, EU's unhappy, EU's angry. If EU wins, NA is unhappy, NA is angry. That lets the passion really build for this narrative that we've seen throughout all of Brawlhalla's history. It's different players. It hasn't always been Acno and Blaze. It hasn't always been Made in Experience. But at the end of the day, it's so often been North America versus EU.
It's the longest running rivalry in Brawlhalla history. It's been since the dawn, since BCX1, it has been this rivalry of NA versus EU, and we've seen them come head to head, and time again, NA has won. Only twice in 2v2s has EU come out ahead, and that was on the backs of Acno and Blaze in DreamHack Rotterdam, and that was on the backs of Addy Mestic and Cake at BCX 2019.
Yes, and let's be real, that was on the back of Cake. That was Cake carrying. That was it was Addy Cake versus Viper and who was
Agzo?
It might have been Viper Agzo, but it doesn't matter because it was Viper versus Cake. That was those two titans of EU Brawlhalla going against one another. We'll see what they got today because Acno and Blaze are both looking incredible. We're going to see some highlights from the previous set that we just saw earlier today to kick off our top four of Acno and Blaze versus Made and Experience. We didn't see any legend swaps whatsoever just yet. Acno didn't feel like he had to move over onto a Bryn, onto a Koji. Blaze didn't feel like he needed to move over onto a Bryn either. They stuck with these legends and they came out with a 3-1. Why would you change?
I mean, Acno and Blaze, they had it so handedly, so often were they just in the lead. There were times where Made in Experience made it close. Maybe it would go down to final stocks, but then Acno and Blaze, just like this clip, they just win in the 2v1. They end up getting those edge guards and beaten out.
Now, if we're looking at how Made and Experience finished their game against Meg D and Radish, there was a little bit of slop in there. There was a little bit of wobbliness.
Yeah, some solid team damage.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of team damage that came out, even team KOs. Acno and Blaze really didn't have that. So that's what worries me if I'm looking at this from a North American perspective of Made and Experience. Acno and Blaze are looking tight.
I mean, really, like you can see it in the head-to-head as well. Acno and Blaze have so much history. They've been around for so long. On the other side, Made in Experience, they're still really young. They're halfway into 2022 was when they first started to be a relevant team, really. And people still kind of argue, are they truly relevant? And the viewer vote, honestly, closer than I would have expected.
I would have expected a little bit more of a North American bias here. Hold on, what time is it in, like, what time is it in Germany? Let's see, what time it is. Yeah, it's like 9:48 p.m. in Germany. So EU is technically still awake at this point, even though there are multiple time zones in EU. So yeah, EU is awake, and we can see it right there. Of course, we also have players who, you know, kind of care about their points as well. And so you're going to have that coming in more than just a popularity contest, is you have those beautiful channel points.
Well, you already see Acno and Blaze. Then again, they have that W. We talked about the grand finals advantage being on that winner's side. It means Made in Experience have to win 2 best of 5s, something they literally have not done before against Acno and Blaze. They now have to do twice in order to be crowned the champions and hold up those trophies. You know they want it. You know they can feel it. It is literally shaking everything. That's how badly they want those trophies.
So let's explain this a little bit further, because even though we talk about it like every time, some people still don't like quite understand how the bracket works. Is because it is double elimination. That's the important part here, is because you have an elimination side of the bracket, the bottom side of the bracket. When you get into grand finals from the winner's side, you haven't lost yet, so you still get the chance to be double eliminated. That's what that grand finals reset is. If you're the person coming from the elimination side, you have to essentially knock them out twice. Double elim in order to win the tournament. It's not some like weird rule that just comes out of nowhere that they're like, oh, you know, that's the power up you get for being on the winner's side. You earned it. No, that's just the rules of how double elimination brackets work.
Well, Made and Experience coming in from the elimination side of things after taking the L earlier today to Acno and Blaze. We'll see how they're feeling. I mean, just saw them on the camera a second ago. They weren't particularly high energy. It was kind of low key on that. Like, they weren't like getting there, like getting ready to go. You're not seeing Experience and Made like chatting back and forth or anything like that. They're just kind of like, okay, we're going to do this.
I mean, they're soldiers who are going into possibly a losing battle. They're soldiers going into a battle that they already lost a single time, and it wasn't a game 5. It wasn't last stock red. It couldn't have been change one little thing and we have a completely different outcome. No, it was a 3-1. It was a confident 3-1 for Acno and Blaze. So they have some momentum on their side, and we're seeing the classic experience here coming out with the Amethyst.
And on the other side, Made on the Chun-Li. San Diego, give them your energy, because this is your grand finals for 2v2s. Acno on the left side avoids the downlight, but Made's keeping the pressure going. Experience trying to rotate, but Blaze right behind him knocks him away.
Experience hoping to come back in. He is the weapon disadvantage. He hit the GC sidelight. Okay.
Catches everyone.
Sending Acno over the edge. Made wants to hit that, continue that string, but he's not able to do it. Acno chasing into the air. The recovery just barely missing. Made was too far to the right. That Lance is going to get the KO onto Experience. That's the first strike of the game.
Side air connects for Made. Neutral sig from Acno, not quite enough. Down sig.
Acno has Experience over on the edge. The GC side sig and the drop. That's huge. Ain't no way he's getting back. Acno's gonna fall 100% worth, because look at the top right. It's 5 stocks to 3. Experience is essentially watching a cutscene of his legend being dismantled bit by bit, stock by stock.
He is now sitting on his final stock here in game number 1, and he has to make the decision. Does he sit in the back and wait for things to come down to the final stocks? Or does he try to play this out, maybe get in, get some cheeky edge guards? Goes in, hits the neutral light, not enough to take down Blaze.
And he's playing Amethyst. That's Soul, baby. That's a lot of strength. And look at that follow-up off of Experience with that bow that Acno has. They finally get the shutdown onto Blaze. That means all 3 stocks so far. They're going to bully Acno here. Is he going to live, or is he going to be put on his final stock?
Nice
down air from Experience sends him onto his final stock. All of a sudden, we're 3 stocks to 3.
Blue team really brought this one back, but they are still behind in the damage department. Blaze looking solid as the team combo comes out.
Dude,
Experience gets chunked.
They're just fighting one at a time. Like, they started fighting Experience, sent him away. Made comes in. Now they're fighting Made, sends him away. Experience comes back in. It's like a Jackie Chan fight where he's fighting like one at a time, turning around on the battlefield, using everything. It's 3 stocks to 2, but that is not going to be a lead for Blue team because Experience is so damaged.
Yeah, Made's gonna fall there. Experience. He's been on this final stock for so long, but everybody has now joined him into the final stock. But even so, he is the most damaged person on the screen by far.
Neutral light coming out from Acno. He's going to actually back up off of that one. Let Made get right over the corner. Experience can't do anything. He's just stuck over on that corner. He's so worried about being taken out. He's just hanging out on that corner. Exclamation points come out. He'll get back over on the wall. Up on that main platform to remove those exclamation points. Okay, he's starting to swing, but he gets hit in the back of the head with the axe. Wasn't enough damage before he was taken out.
Made trying to go for the edge guard, misses the spear play though. Acno gets past him, and red team has been so efficient at these corner guards, but they let Made get back up safely. Blaze playing that front position.
Yeah, they're letting Blaze kind of take the lead, even though he's the most damaged between the two. He's not super in danger of being taken out. Let's get caught somewhere. Goofy GC Ensig from Acno to take off the top all the way up there. And that is game 1. Acno and Blaze got to be feeling pretty good on that, saying, yep, we still got it.
They are just counting down the games until they are going to be crowned the San Diego champions. They are 2 games away from beating NA on NA turf.
2-1.
We couldn't even finish the replays. We are getting into this next game. They are raring to go, and we don't have a legend swap. I don't think the Amethyst pick was the reason that they lost that game. I think Acno and Blaze just played that darn good. So not really worried about seeing this Amethyst coming up, because he does need that extra knockout power. And Made, of course, maybe taking a page out of Meg D's book and coming in with this Chun-Li.
Edge guard opportunity. Acno gets away. Experience playing a little bit more neutral, but Acno goes out deep with the side 6, still catches Experience in the back with the side air.
And he got away from that GCD light that Made came in with. That could have been the stock, or at least setting up for Experience to follow up and get the stock.
Blaze comes in, hits a side light in air. Acno, nice pogo, nice ground pound, nice Ensig.
Dude, who is this Acno? I feel like we have not seen this Acno. Well, I mean, we saw this Acno at BCX, but like, where was this Acno the rest of the time? He's playing so well today.
Might be just a straight up Lanimal, the way that he's playing, just levels up in the offline environment. Dare misses from Experience. Acno not going to miss any dares. Made helps Experience get back up safely. They finally finish off a stock on one of the red team members, but Experience is already getting into the red.
Yeah, this is basically the same thing that we saw towards the end of last game. It's like 5 stocks to 5, but it's not going to be a tied game because of Experience here. Blaze is going to fall. It's 5 stocks to 4, but it's not, again, a lead for the blue team because Experience is so damaged. Look at where he is again. He's over on that corner. Anytime anyone makes a little bit of a move that way, he's back over to the corner, back onto the wall, putting a lot of space, and Acno might just solo Made.
Almost did it, that weapon toss. There's so much damage that's been put out onto Made already. Acno with the GC side stick catches Made at the top of his head, goes immediately over for Experience.
Dude, Acno's playing so good today, man. Once that crypto money dried up, TSM is having some trouble, but Acno is living with Team Solo Made.
Chasing after Acno. Turnaround opportunity. Experience wants it. He's going to get it. He trades out with Acno.
All of a sudden, we're finding ourselves a little bit more even, except Blaze putting out a lot of damage onto Made, who's now in the red. They're going to be looking to find that stock, send him on to his final.
Blaze launching Made over to the right side with the neutralite. Made hunting everyone, but Blaze comes in. Experience is sitting in the back. That weapon toss. Made still has the movement, gets up, gets the recovery.
I'm surprised we didn't see Acno go in further. Now, he did throw away his spear. If he still had like another spear in his hand, it would probably just been a simple ground pound. I don't think he was really too worried about what Experience could do, given that Experience didn't have a weapon in his hand. Blaze is able to clean up that stock.
Oh, Experience!
Dude, Acno's so sick.
The coverage from this red team. Made left to the 1v2. The Sayre's not going to quite do it. Ground pound. Can he take down Acno? He needs to do it right now and go for the 1v1.
He's not going to engage whatsoever, and that is such a smart choice. Like, yeah, you could go for the ego play and try and team solo Made again, but you're up 1-0. You're at this point in the tournament. If you play smart, this is your set to win, and Acno knows that. It's a calculated mind.
Made hunting Acno. You can see him ignoring Blaze, but Blaze still attacking towards him. Hits a nair.
Yeah, they're just team juggle now. They're team neutral air. Neutral air is coming out from Blaze's lance, and of course the spear that Acno has in his hand as well.
Ooh, Made throws away his spear. There's the side sig. Acno's SIGs have been so efficient.
Oh, he was doing that chainsaw. That gave Acno the room he needed to pick up the D-Light side air. They are now up 2-0. There are 6 stocks of the blue team separating Acno and Blaze from total victory. And the way that they've been running through them so far, I think we might see a 3-0.
The Europeans must be lucid dreaming because this dream is becoming real. They're so close to being the champions and beating out North America. Acno and Blaze, like you said, 1 game away from doing it.
You can see the split there. Blaze's axe is doing work. Acno's spear is doing work, but man, you mentioned his signatures. Like we talk about the like unforgettable, picturesque, iconic moment from BCX, but the way he's just using them in standard neutral game right now, even GCing them off stage, like off stage away from the stage as well. He's using them so well. The both signatures are phenomenal from Acno.
Now Experience, maybe a little bit of a salt switch here as he's over to the Kaya as well. Something that we're not used to seeing from Experience, but he's hoping that this is going to be the thing to finally take a game off of Acno and Blaze here in the grand finals. Ground pound connects from Experience.
Start.
The weapon toss, Blaze is down.
That's huge.
Side light into the pogo, getting some good damage out onto Acno's first stock.
Oh! And now they have Acno in the red. We're about 40 seconds in. They've already taken out Blaze. They have Acno and KO damage. 45 seconds in, actually less than that, and they get the full team wipe.
Really solid plays coming out from the blue team. Experience comes down, hits the dare. Nice chase dodge away from Acno.
Now, Experience does have a level 43 Kaya. It's his 11th highest leveled legend on the board. Made is going to fall. Experience sticking over onto the wall, but this is a different spot because they actually are in the lead here. This is not him playing scared because he's about to be taken out of the game. This is him playing smart, waiting for Made to come back in and do that work, possibly take out Akno.
Still manages to get back to that wall safely. The neutral light not going to take down Experience. Pogos as Akno gets into the red on this second stock. Harpoon tosses from both blue team members.
Experience hunting for the weapon. He's not able to grab that spawn that was in the middle of the stage. That one went over to Made because he was also disarmed. Out comes that bow. Back-to-back neutral lights, one to the right, one to the left. Then Akno comes in, gets the KO, putting Experience finally on the second stock. Minute 45 into this one. Blue team has a nice lead.
Oh,
nice punish there, but also incredible interrupt from Experience.
Good punish, and the end sig comes out from Experience. Neutral light just jabbing up Blaze. Has him in the red. Could look for the KO here in a second. That side air splits him.
Recovery from Akno, retreating back immediately to the platform before going back up in the air after resetting his jumps so he can bow recovery again, controlling the ground, watching Experience to find those neutral lights.
Oh, Blaze, potential here for a big play, takes down Made. Stock count actually gets evened up there. Side light doesn't hit the nair. Blaze!
Oh, Blaze really telegraphing that one. Oh, what a great interrupt from Akno. I expected a follow-up immediately coming on to Blaze that could have taken him out. He is so damaged. It's really not going to take much. Even the lower strength Kaya.
But this is basically even. Side light nair. Blaze gets taken out by his teammate. Akno gonna wait for the respawn. He has no weapon while he waits though. Gets caught by a weapon toss, not too bad.
Take out Experience right now and we have an even game. If you can't do that, like you can't with an Axe D-Light, but he does get the follow-up side air. Made. He's actually going onto the main platform. He's contesting this team before moving over onto the soft plat. We are here, of course, on Apocalypse with that soft platform. This could be the Apocalypse for this Made.
The clash out!
Team.
Experience falls! He falls so early! It's all left to Made, and Akno and Blaze are gonna be your Dream Hack San Diego champions. EU is gonna be going home with the trophy!
They didn't have the juice in 1v1, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a full cup for EU here at DreamHack San Diego. Akno and Blaze. I'm gonna quote John Wick here. Yeah, I'm thinking they're back.
I'm thinking they are back. They are gonna hold up the trophy. They are your DreamHack San Diego 2v2 champions. Europe is so happy right now.
And they did it even more confidently than they did at BCX. That was a 3-0 in Grand Finals. That game 3, that was looking like at least the initial fight back from Made and Experience. I thought the way they opened that one up, there was a good chance they were at least going to take that game. Maybe not the set, but at least take that game. But no, this team of Akno and Blaze are completely unstoppable.
I mean, I thought the Kaya swap was an odd swap, but then it started looking really good, and I was like, maybe this is the thing, like you said, to get them a game, get them back into this one, start giving them some momentum. Made an Experience, like, I still want to give them so much credit as being like the best in NA, considering they beat down every other NA team. They won the spring championship. They earned their spot in that grand finals. But Akno and Blaze handled business, and now they're coming up onto the stage. We're going to get a nice interview with Akno and Blaze. We'll give them some time here to get set up. Again, amazing plays overall. There you're seeing some of the final stats there. Good damage put out, but 999 damage taken on the side of the blue team.
And a pretty solid even split between Akno and Blaze as well. Neither player really carried anything. You see 447 damage coming out from Akno. You see 493 damage coming out from Blaze. Just incredible sharing of responsibility between these two players. The chemistry between them. Look, I'm not going to compare them to Boomy and Sandstorm just yet because Boomy and Sandstorm are the GOATs of 2v2 of all time, now and forever. But the way that, like, Akno and Blaze don't have that domination online, but then you get to LAN and it's a completely different experience. Godly and Fozy kind of control that online, like Lil Captain Phazon used to control the online, while Boomy and Sandstorm, they were the LAN animals. Online wasn't the biggest deal for them because they really cared about LAN.
Well, now we're here at LAN, and now we're here with Acno and Blaze. Congratulations, you guys. I'm gonna let you say whatever immediate emotion you're feeling right now.
You can go.
Well, I kind of knew we would win after that winners final set. I think we kind of counted them, so I mean, I'm happy. First win after about a year. Happy that it's DreamHack.
I personally feel the same. I'm really happy that we won, but as Blaze said, I think it was pretty expected, especially from the EU team and us getting hyped up by them. And yeah, I'm just really happy to be able to be here and win.
So what is it like now that you're in the top spot after a long time? Because again, when Godly came back, and especially when Godly and Fozy hooked up as a 2v2 team, and everyone was like, yeah, Acno and Blaze, that's old and busted. I'm looking at Godly and Fozy, the new hotness. What does that feel like as a player?
I mean, it sucks. You know, we used to be the best. We used to be known as the best in Europe, at least. And then we just couldn't win anymore. But after we saw that Fozy and Godly went out, I feel like they have the best chance of beating us right now. I mean, I kind of knew we'd win.
Once Godly and Fozy got out, I just knew that we were going to win because they're like our kryptonite, basically. They're basically the only ones that can possibly beat us, and I just think we're better than anyone else.
Well, I got to ask you guys, of course, this is our first offline event of 2023. It is, of course, DreamHack San Diego, but we still got Valencia. We've still got Dallas as well. Are y'all planning to go there?
I think so, definitely. After this LAN W, I think we're definitely going.
Yeah, no, same. Plan to go.
So y'all been playing together for an extremely long time. Why have you not chosen to swap off of playing with one another?
You have no reason to.
I mean, yeah, there was no reason to. We've been placing consistent top 3 for the past 2 years, 3 years, so never been a reason to drop me, so it's fine.
Who's kind of, is there a major shot caller between you two? Like, what's the dynamic?
I mean, we're just like a power duo. We just switch in between. If he thinks it's a good idea for me to switch from Kaya to Koji or vice versa, then I'll do it. And if I think he should play Bryn instead of Ulgrim, then we just like tell each other that.
Who usually makes that decision? Is that like you telling him to swap, you telling him to swap, or do you usually choose to swap yourselves?
Well, you should just choose to swap ourselves, but we'd be like, yo, do you think it's a good idea to play another character? I'd say yes or no. That's about how it goes.
What about you?
Yeah, it's just like that. Like, there's nothing more else to add. Like, if we feel like we should switch, then we're just gonna do it. We just make sure that the teammate is comfortable with that switch, of course.
So now I want both of y'all to give a message to North America, who has counted out EU, myself included, for so long as a top region, as a top team, as a tournament-winning team, when it's been NA dominated for so long. Blaze, I'm gonna let you go first. Tell something to all the NA haters out there.
I mean, there were no lands because of COVID. We didn't have a chance to really prove ourselves, especially in twos. I feel like we're definitely on par, if not better. I feel like EU has been ahead of twos for quite a while now. So, I mean, we won today. I guess we showed that, and we're planning to win again. Dallas.
What do you have to say to the haters?
We're better in twos. Like, there's no match. The only good players that can actually win are EU players, in twos at least. Once we don't talk about that.
All right, so I know I have one more question. Who is the first person that you are going to talk to after your win that isn't actually here at San Diego?
Oh, my friends and parents were watching. Definitely. They'll probably be spamming me right now, so definitely them.
What about you, Acno?
Definitely friends or parents, but most likely parents. Yeah.
Duke, you have any more questions for him?
Well, obviously, y'all have some amazing synergy as a 2v2 team. Y'all been playing together for a really long time. Does that translate to outside the game? Are y'all like hanging out in Discord calls every night, or are y'all just like all about the game, all about business?
I mean, we mostly play Valorant together.
Okay. What do you love? Or what rank?
Ascended 1. I'm a solo queuer though.
It's Immortal 3.
Bold move.
Yeah, no, that's about it.
All right, so if the people at home want to see more of Acno and Blaze, where can we find y'all?
I do not know my Twitter handle off my head, so just on Twitter.
Come on, you just want a tournament. That's like the easiest way, well, the easiest way to get a carillion followers instantly. Hold on, I'll just we'll look it up.
Is it at Blaze?
I think it's Blaze BH, yeah?
Okay, you know yours off the top of your head, right?
Yeah, TP Acno.
Yeah, he's TP Acno. He is Blaze BH _.
Yeah.
He's like,
I don't know why I have to
I just go
promote
on
you.
there and tweet stuff.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your time.
you.
We're going to have a video
Congratulations.
package for you here of your road to the championship. Let's look at it right here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Run, and here you're seeing some of those highlights from the plays. Acno and Blaze just looking so solid. I love the fact of the matter of them playing a different kind of 2v2s, right? A lot of the North Americans were coming in very gauntlet heavy. We saw the Chronics, we saw the Wushangs across the board, saw all sorts of gauntlet play, but Acno and Blaze, they kind of did the classic Acno and Blaze. You saw Kaya, you saw some bow play come out from Acno, and then Blaze has basically been playing Ulgrim since 2v2s existed.
Yep.
Well, as long as he's been in 2v2s, it's either Ulgrim or Brig.
There just really isn't too much of a reason to swap off of that legend. I mean, even like winning aside, because when he does swap, we really don't see him deviate too far from that Ulgrim either. It's like a Bryn, which has the axe and has a spear, which is going to be a little bit different, but he still plays the axe in a similar way. Still a very familiar legend between those two. They forced Experience and Made to go on a different legend from game one, and it did not make a difference whatsoever. Such a dominant team in 2v2. I can't wait to see what they have for us the rest of the year. It's going to be really funny if we go back to onlines and they end up losing, but then we will always have to look at the next LAN event and be like, okay, well, that's quote-unquote just online. We'll see what they have for us in LAN.
Well, Sheepy, you got to sit and watch. You, I'm sure, were cheering all over the place. Did you have a favorite for that?
I mean, I was cheering here and there, quietly in my brain. No, I actually was cheering, and I was rooting for Maiden Experience. But you gotta give it to Acno and Blaze. They were so dominant. They looked so good out there. The whole crowd, EU was screaming for them when they won. They hoisted up the trophies. You could literally hear all of EU just screaming in here in the venue, cheering for them. And well deserved, honestly. Acno and Blaze, a solid, duo, legendary duo for a long time. And here they are, being the doubles champions for our first, open LAN event here at DreamHack San Diego. It's fantastic. What a great match, honestly, and they did it so fantastically. That's pretty much what I gotta say. And I'm pretty sure that the people at home, it's just incredible, just the amount of talent here.
Not a quote EU commentary goat, Polymonto. Do you hear the sirens? EU, 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 EU.
It's a great win for them. I'm sure all of EU at home is shouting and cheering and screaming. So just honestly, fantastic. I was going to ask if you guys had any final thoughts before we have to take a quick break to set up for singles, because we're not done yet, you know what I mean? Duke, final thoughts?
Well, I take solace in the fact that EU can't win both in doubles and singles.
That is true. And I'm honestly, I'm ready to welcome in a new top 2v2 team that can compete at the absolute highest level and from EU, because that one of the things we've been talking about for like a minute now is that, like, okay, we have North America, we have South America, and we have EU. Well, the ways that people were ranking them were like North America on top, EU in third, which puts South America right in the middle between those two. But hearing the confidence of Acno and Blaze, not even just them as a team, but EU as a region in total in 2v2s, they feel like that is the top 2v2 region, and I can't wait to see how that plays out the rest of the year, because they won this tournament, but that has big implications for the rest of the year. That means NA teams are wanting to prove it, not just for themselves, but also for the region. South America wants to further prove it, not just for themselves, but also for their region.
Yeah, they're going to really prove themselves really soon here, because we're going to take a really short break. But first, I do want to say once again, congratulations, okay, once again to Acno and Blaze, your doubles San Diego champions. So we're going to take a break just to get things set up for our singles top 8. But while you're waiting, be sure to check out the merch. Scan that QR code, brawlhalla.com/merch. Get your orders in. And you know what? Let us know where you're watching from and say hi in chat, because we want to see what you guys think, too, of the results of this doubles championship match. All right, after the break, we kick things off with our singles top 8 matches. Stick with us. We'll be right back. as we head into our top 3 of our singles competition here at DreamHack San Diego. I'm joined now by Duke and Sparky. Guys, how are you feeling? We are here. It is top 3 now.
The energy in the room is electric. You could not ask for better. Well, I could ask for Luna to be here in the top 4 of things. But for the most part, it's been amazing. We started today with so much competition in the 2v2 space. Now we're here in the 1v1 space. And you love to see the fight that the South Americans are putting out here. They're really showing up, and it's not just an NA wash.
We have a really interesting group of 4 here. We have the newest world champion, Impala. We have the GOAT of Brawlhalla, Sandstorm. We have 2 South American players. One of them is Kaina. The other one is a player who less than 1 year ago at the mid-season invitational did not qualify on his own merit, qualified because he was a substitute for another player who couldn't get a passport. Fast forward to where we are now and look at the run that Lorez is on. It's legendary.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I mean, these next couple matches are going to be insane here. But let's talk about specifically this next match coming up. It's the winners final, Sandstorm versus Impala Duke. How do you feel?
Well, like Sparky said, it is kind of the battle of the champions, right? We've got our current world champion who, since winning the world championship, hasn't necessarily proven himself to be that dominant of a force, although today looking real good, this weekend looking incredible and dominant. But on the other side, you have Sandstorm, someone who's dominated the 1v1 scene for an incredibly long time, took a break, and now is coming back and starting to be a return to form, looking incredibly scary if I am Impala. But there is the luxury of they fought already at the World Championship not that long ago, and it definitely went in favor of Impala.
I don't think they actually did
not
fight in the World
physically
Championship.
fought, but like in terms of like people expected their like placements.
Oh, okay,
fought,
all right, definitely, yeah. Because Sandstorm at the World Championship didn't even make it in the top 8.
Yeah,
he got 9th then, but they did fight later on at the Winter Championship. 1 set went to Sandstorm, 1 set went to Impala, so they were tied 1-1. Then we get the Spring Championship just a couple weeks ago in 1v1s. They fought again, and Sandstorm came out on top with the Mirage that he's been playing this weekend, pushed it all the way to a Game 5, and came out victorious. And Gate kept Impala from that top 4. Then Sandstorm went on to place 4th in that tournament as well.
Now, I want to ask y'all, do you think we're going to still see the Mirage for Sandstorm here as he's playing in the winners finals against Impala?
Yeah, 100%. I think with how this has been shaking out, they're kind of committed to their characters. I think for the most part, Impala is going to be that Kaya main. That's kind of been his whole thing even before he was the world champion. Is like he's been that guy who's been really propelling the Kayas out there. And then on the other side, Sandstorm definitely known for his scythe play. And then he's liking the spear right now. You know, he's looking good on this Mirage. He's definitely utilizing those down sigs a lot.
We're going to be moving into this game. I expect that Mirage coming out as well. He has 21 sets reported with that Mirage. Played it in Springs, he's been playing it today, and of course, same thing for Impala, except on a larger scale because he's been playing Kaya for a lot longer than Sandstorm has been playing Mirage in tournament. He's been doing big work with it today. We're going to have 2 spears on the board, but not quite yet. We only have Impala with the first spear in this game.
Well, we got the battle of the champions. Like we've been saying, this is that opportunity for one of them to claim the throne now, become the person who is going to be the mantle of the offline champions. Sandstorm versus Impala. Impala starting off with the edge guard, getting some pogos, getting some damage built up. Sandstorm's opportunity for the edge guard now.
Just a little bit of a neutral light before waiting, and then hitting the side light. The weapon toss following up there, winning with the GCD light. Impala was sweating. The dodge is gone. Sandstorm going to recover low, but Impala didn't have his weapon. That is one of the reasons to play Mirage right there. That down signature, that kind of flash in place where your hurt box is essentially gone, and then you lead back in with a hitbox. It's a great stacked option. It's a great to like, it essentially has like a built-in tiny little micro spot dodge in it. And that's one of the reasons Sandstorm plays this legend.
Yeah, such a good kind of get off me tool. You'll see it a lot, kind of like how Orion's like that spear down signature. Just like a good like, oh, we're starting to stack up. Let me just throw this out there.
Just kind of covering the ground, not letting Impala land, was playing around that weapon spawn. Didn't really feel like stripping the field, just playing carefully around it. Got some solid damage, getting that extra credit. That down air, turning it around, that neutral air, not turning it around, that side air, sending Sandstorm flying over onto the wall for refuge. Impala was playing really far back from that corner.
You know, comes down, hits that down air though. It's actually going to launch Sandstorm. That's a lot of damage that's been put out onto Sandstorm. No attack thrown out, and Impala takes advantage of it, hits the neutral air, going to get that stock count evened up. And honestly, damage difference not too bad for Impala.
It's about 80 to 100 at this point. Now it's starting to get bigger. You see him getting really close to that red. Sandstorm now with the spear in his hand. Most of this game so far has been on the scythe. We probably won't see as much signature usage coming out from the spear. It's not really as heavily favored by top players as the bow kit is.
Ooh, but that side signature gonna catch Impala. Launches him over to the right side. He manages to get back to the wall. Honestly, no challenge from Sandstorm there. He really just kind of let him get back up.
There you go. We see that D-Sig again. We see it again, back-to-back D-Sigs, using it like a spot dodge. If Impala wanted to go in with a D-Light, Sandstorm, quote-unquote, spot dodges it, and then picks up the D-Sig with the actual connection. Grabs that stock as well. Almost up to a full stock lead here. Sandstorm opening up game one very strong.
That's a place where you'll see Scythe succeed in those edge guards is when someone likes to go for those vertical tosses, Scythe can come in at those 45s and really pick apart those edge guards, but Impala going to go for the vertical there, waits out Sandstorm and catches him, gets the recovery to clean up the stock.
And Sandstorm knew he was done once he burned that dodge. Before the second hit of that even came out, you saw him shaking his head because he knew it was already over at that point. Impala completely capitalizing perfectly on that. We have ourselves a tie game here on Brawlhaven. It's going to come down to this final stock. D-Sig coming out right on top. Not necessarily just a KO tool as well.
Yeah, Impala really cleaned this one up. Sandstorm had built a sizable lead at the start of this one, but Impala making this one look pretty much even.
He's going to disarm himself there with the harpoon toss missing. This time Sandstorm's not going to play around the weapon spawn. He's actually going to strip the field. That hit away. Oh no, Sandstorm's going to grab that immediately as well.
Oh! You saw him charge up the neutral signature. Another slap down. Sandstorm doing a really good job of denying weapons from Impala. Sig positions him towards the weapon, but Impala lands down, picks it up with the neutral light help.
Grabs the neutral air. It's going to take quite a few more of those if he wants to KO off the top. That does have sort of that stacked option as well, but it doesn't make your hitbox move away. Weapon toss is going to go low. Sandstorm has enough to get back until he gets over to the wall. GCD light into the ground pound. Impala taking game one.
Impala being so clean in those pressure situations, he just waits for the opponent to panic. There was that juggle on the second stock where Sandstorm trying to pick and choose when he's going to use his dodge. The second he does is when Impala goes in and gets that downlight into the recovery. Similar situation on that edge guard just now where he launches Sandstorm off and he's just kind of like, all right, well, I'm going to go for this weapon toss. I'm going to wait for a little bit. And then once you've got nothing left, downlight ground pound, and Impala takes game number one.
Now, one thing that might be helping Impala is, of course, coming in today here, he's fresh today compared to what he did earlier on Friday, where he went like back-to-back game fives, which is going to run on your endurance. You have to have a lot of stamina to do all of those games. But today, he's coming in fresh, and we saw that earlier with the 3-0 that he got previously in the top four.
Similar situation for Sandstorm, also pretty fresh.
It's a spear fight between these two. They're both looking for their openers. They're just kind of trading hit for hit, back and forth. But Sandstorm was so far behind from the beginning. It's maybe about 80 damage difference between these two. Sandstorm's getting it closer. That on stage going to bounce Impala off. Goes for the down air this time. The weapon toss, the slight bounce off of the stage. Not able to end it there, but he does pick up that weapon, leaving Impala still stuck on unarmed.
Went for a GCN light when Impala was still a little bit below him, but Sandstorm catches with the side signature. Gonna swap weapons here. Definitely wants to stick with the side.
Nice bit of movement in that side signature. You're able to really chase after your opponent with it. Impala coming in with the spear. You saw him immediately open up with that recovery, trying to take off the top. Close range weapon toss. He's hunting for those down airs, but he's not making contact. He's not able to take this stock until he grabs that recovery. He's going to even it up. Didn't take too much damage whatsoever. Maybe about 25 damage on this stock. Nothing he can't come back from whatsoever.
Really good movement from Impala on that KO there. Waited for Sandstorm again to kind of burn a panic reaction.
Sandstorm again. He's been playing very grounded while Impala's been floating in the air, just kind of searching with those neutral lights. Impala has a nice lead for him now.
Dude, he is so precise with the signatures. This is looking like Impala at the World Championship. He's just hitting everything. The accuracy is off the charts.
Full stock lead here. Now Impala, the one controlling the ground, just juggling up Sandstorm with the neutral lights, the neutral airs, the weapon toss bounces off the wall. He picks it back up, but he gets hit by the signature.
Down air, weapon toss.
That's it.
We Impala.
That is game 2.
He's up in a big way over the GOAT, the greatest player to win so many world championships, and Impala's making this look easy.
He really is. The fact that that was a very confident 2-stock coming out from Impala. Again, man, he has such a strong mastery of this legend. We've seen a lot of Kayas, but very few Kayas in the world are played at this level. And I mean, we saw Akno's Kaya today, one of the other best Kayas in the entire world.
And here we go into game number 3. Sandstorm historically has been really, really good at long sets because he can out-adapt his opponents. But right now, it looks like Impala's been the one who's been adapting. Every single time Sandstorm starts off strong, Impala brings it completely back.
Able to dodge through that down air. Impala just a little bit of a lead so far. Man, his movement is so crisp to get around so many of these attacks from Sandstorm. Seems like he doesn't even need a dodge like 1/3 of the time because he's just using his movement to get around.
Nice snare there. Catches with a sidelight. Dodge burned by Impala, but Sandstorm can't get a bigger punish.
Man, Sandstorm's just hunting. He's not finding connections. That signature has been so devastating on the edge for so many different players playing Kaya today.
It's such a good corner guarding tool. Small Brawl Haven as well. Like, it's going to KO quick.
Impala here hoping to continue this lead, grab this 3-0, and move on past the GOAT into the grand finals. His bow, man, it's so good.
Everything hitting for Impala. Everything working for Impala right now. 2 stocks away from Impala getting a guaranteed top 2 finish. Sandstorm trying to cover the corner.
He was back up. Really just delaying the recovery back to the main stage. He didn't do too much there. It was really just those dash forward, dash backs. That movement saying like, oh, am I going to commit? Am I not? Ooh, you don't know what I'm going to do. So Impala just kind of stuck on the wall. You saw those exclamation points really start to come out. Panic mode starts to set in. But Impala was able to get back. He did finally lose that stock, but he has a gigantic lead. Great down air. The range. He's using the bow range so well. He's using the signature so well.
Just knew Sandstorm was going to jump right then and there. Got him with the end sig. Huge lead for Impala, and it's just getting bigger. Neutral light.
Dude, his ground game, it's so good. Sandstorm just really, it seems like anytime he goes in the air, if he gets hit by 1 hit, he's going to get hit by 3. Gets hit by that signature yet again, and that KO'd. That's the 3-0 right there. That anticlimactic, are you kidding me? It looks like it was no issue.
It was so simple. It's a walk in the park for him right now. So stoic, so simple for him to take down one of the best Brawlhalla players of all time, and he just did it with Kaya bow down sig.
There's so much context here for Impala to be freaking out right now. The fact that they're in winners finals at DreamHack San Diego, the first open entry LAN that we've had this year for esports. The fact that he went up against Sandstorm. He's not going up against like washed Sandstorm in pools where it's like it feels good to beat him, but I mean he's past his prime. I thought he was past his prime. He might not, who knows? But all of those things together, the fact that it's Sandstorm in winners finals here, Impala truly making it look like nothing.
Dude, he's also making an argument for bow to get nerfed,
oh
man. 483 damage, only bow.
How did he not do any unarmed damage that game? Like, how do you, like, no weapon tosses, no single hits from the unarmed whatsoever. It's all bow.
All
it's
bow
so clean.
For game 3. We saw a clip of him doing like a down leg ground pound. That was a previous game.
Yes. Wow. I really don't even know how to feel after that because it truly did just look so easy. The entire set was so quick. Impala never really looked like he was in trouble whatsoever. He had an answer for everything that Sandstorm did. Just pure confidence coming out from the world champion.
Yeah, that was man, that one just like flew by. That was a blink and you miss it set. Like Impala just like he just kept going and he never lost momentum. There was no like stallage or anything like that. He just kept going, and now Impala's sitting in the grand finals and Sandstorm's down into the elimination finals. And I'm like you, where I'm like I don't know how to feel emotionally, and I look to Impala, and Impala is like the least emotional person. I'm like, oh,
yeah, they straight up both look like the set didn't happen and that they just sat down and are about to play it. And so like I'm thinking back through my head, wait, did I dream that? Like, did that actually just happen, or did I disassociate somehow and miss the actual set that's about to happen? But no, Sandstorm going down. Impala guaranteed top 2. Kaina and Lores are about to fight to see who gets to move on and fight up against Sandstorm. We are going to have a South American knockout here, which is tough, but at least it's at this point in the set or in the tournament. It's elimination semifinals. It's not in pools. It's not in top 64. It's all the way out here. And man, the way Lores is playing today, I give a lot of credit to Kaina all the time. I don't know, man. Lores, he's different today.
Yeah, Lores is looking really good. It's fascinating because we started the top 8 of things with, I think, 37% of the bracket being South Americans. We've whittled it down to 50% of the bracket being South Americans, although after this set it'll be 33% of the bracket is South Americans. But like you said, Lores he's something different. Not that long ago, he was like a PR 14 player that was just kind of a fill, and people were like, okay, that's cool. Even in South America, like looking at him compete in the 1v1s, it's not like he's consistently podiuming of late. He's been looking all right, but it's not like he's kind of that person who's really starting to garner attention. But at the same time, he's playing incredibly well this weekend.
Now, I'm pretty sure when he was a sub for Mid-Season Invitational, he wasn't even like the first pick sub.
No, he definitely
Because it's
wasn't.
just so difficult to get passport information in time and a visa to be able to come to North America. So I think there were like several people in front of Lores who could not get visas. So he was like several levels down on the sub, and he really went in to Mid-Season Invitational, and especially in the crew battle, really proved his worth there as a player. He finished like 13th. And the Mid-Season Invitational, there were a lot of players that placed way lower than he did there. So that's when he really started showing the world who he was, because we knew about Kaina, we know about Fiend, we know about West, we know about Power, all those players. But Lores was sort of the quote-unquote new kid on the block, really started in Mid-Season Invitational, and he's only continued it here. You talk about being maybe PR 14, around that range. Now he's moving PR 5 in South America. And after something like this, it's only going to go up.
Well, he is PR 5, but he's going into PR 1 in South America now. This is him about to have to fight kind of the king of South America to see if he can be the final representative going into the last 2 North Americans. Can whoever wins this be that thing for South America to get a medal?
I don't know, man. Kaina is, like you said, one of the kings of South America, but he's also the king of this matchup. Because between these two, it is a total of 8 sets, and every single set is a victory for Kaina. He has a 100% win rate against Lores. In terms of games, it's 24-7. That is an over 3.0 win-loss ratio for Kaina against Lores. If we look at when they most recently came up against one another, Sobraldo number 69, that was in January, February, March 18th of 2023. They fought twice, and both times, Kaina came out on top.
Yeah, but it's San Diego, man.
That's true.
It's something different. We've already seen upsets about. Lores took out the top seed of the tournament. So you never know. But we're going to get right on into it. It's going to be Kaina versus Lores. We've got the Lucian on Kaina's side. We've got Lores sticking with the Kaya.
That's what he has been playing as of late at Sobraldo number 69. He did also pull out the Koji, and we didn't actually see Kaina pull the Lucian out. He's playing a Suri, and he even played a what? An Isaiah? What a wild choice there. Dude, he's Kaina. You're seeing Kaina stuff. It's 16 seconds into this game, and he's already doing the stuff that he was doing against Luna. He's doing it exactly the same, and he's doing it so consistently over and over. Lores fighting back with the spear. He is going to have solid range. Whenever Kaina has Katars, it's basically like, get away from me.
Well, now Kaina's over to the blasters. No dares thrown out. Just going to get a sidelight, getting some good damage put out onto Lores. Lores, there's a burn spot dodge from Kaina, but Lores wasn't ready for the reaction.
I don't think he really had the range at that point to pick anything up. Like maybe the D-Light, but I'm not sure because Kaina was pretty far away from him after that sidelight. There's the KO off the top. Kaina is very much in the red, even though Kaya does have a little bit lower strength. That may not be as much of a problem here on Brawlhaven. Same story goes for Kaina though, but he has a signature kit, a very strong signature kit as well. We've been seeing him use very well, but really it's been a lot of D-Light side airs, D-Light recoveries, or Katar recoveries as well for his KO options.
but Lorez with the downlight recovery is going to clean up that stock count. I do believe Kaina's thrown out a couple of those Qatar down SIGs as well to finish off stocks, but for the most part, like in terms of SIG conversation, it's all about that bow down SIG for the Kaya.
Hoping to juggle with the neutral airs. Kaina. Again, the D-Light into that turnaround neutral air. The reason he's turning that neutral air around is because the back blast ends up coming out first between those two. So by turning that around, you get that hitbox out first. That's going to be his D-Light recovery. I thought he might have gone for the D-Light side air just because he's so good at knowing when he should go for recovery versus when he should go for side air based on positioning and based on damage he has on his opponent.
I think almost every single time he's gotten the downlight in that spot where like someone's peeking up over the corner, he's gone for the recovery. Nice double downlight there, double recovery as well. Kind of making me stutter with how much he's doubling up.
Man, he's so good at turning around those recoveries as well. He'll send his opponent off stage. Obviously, his opponent wants to get back on the stage. If he recovers high, kind of turns around, hits that recovery. If he doesn't recover high, then kind of throws out the recovery and doesn't get hit because his opponent is nowhere near him. Does get hit by that unarmed recovery. He thought a second one might be coming. That's why he threw out that down air. To stop that, gets the side air basically from the right side of the stage, and that is game one. It's a 2-stock for Kaina here.
Kind of nods his head. He's like, yep, this is going the way it's supposed to go. You played incredibly well, Lorez, but it's my time to shine.
Now, Kaina and Lorez are 2v2 teammates as well. Kaina has played with a lot of different people. Lorez has as well. That's kind of a South American thing where they all play musical chairs or square dancing with each other and kind of change partners around all the time. We see him swapping back over to the Pearl skin that he was using previously. But that means that Lorez has certainly learned a lot from Kaina, and Lorez is an extremely young player. Kaina's, I think he's about 17, maybe 18 now. Lorez was 13 at Mid-Season Invitational. I think he's 14 now. So he is an incredibly young player, and you can already see how strong he is.
You know, meanwhile, though, kind of catching the double sidelight, gets a nice nair, goes for the dare read there as Lorez dips underneath him, but manages to position correctly.
Back-to-back in-lights, using the range, that lateral range left and right to try and contest Kaina. He has the lead here, but he's starting to get pieced up. Kaina is also playing that lateral game left and right with those poking sidelights.
Now he's got the Qatars, good spacing into the side SIG to punish the whiff from Lorez.
Going to juggle up his weapons, going back, of course, over to the Qatars. That's been one of his main damage builds, but I think Taz has said it earlier, is he also plays a really well-rounded Lucian. You'll have games where all the damage is on Qatars. You'll have games where all the damage is on blasters. You'll have games, nice dodge to get through there, nice cleanup from Lorez. You'll have games where it's perfectly split between the two and everything in between.
Well, now things are even between the two of them. Lorez with that fantastic edge guard, denying this weapon pickup from Kaina. Great coverage, doesn't get that down light, but he's still keeping the weapon away from Kaina. Kaina finally picks up a pair of Qatars.
Lorez playing the range game. He's playing it so well. Tried to find that side air. Didn't have enough range on it just yet, but he hasn't been punished for any of these side airs that going out. He got behind Kaina. There's the D-Light into the recovery. He has such a lead here.
Lorez looking solid right now. Ground pound thrown out. Lorez misses the punish though. Down SIG, just a punish of a sidelight downlight.
There's the D-Light into the side air, sending Lorez close to that blast on the immediate answer back. There's the sidelight. There's the spot dodge. He tried to go for the read in the other direction with the D-Light rather than waiting for that spot dodge to come out.
Oh, the Sair beating out the recovery, but Lorez beating out Kaina, getting him to his final stock.
I'm a little bit surprised that D-Light into the recovery KO'd on the unarmed kit. That's why you see Kaina almost always going for the D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy, because that's going to have a little bit more power on it, a little bit more strength, a little bit more force to really make sure you get that KO rather than just sending your opponent near the blast zone.
It's the most efficient way to vertically knock out for unarmed players. And South America as a whole, like their region is really good at doing that.
And it's not easy, which is why you don't see a lot of other people going for it as consistently as a player like Kaina does. There is a tight window in there. Oh, Kaina!
Read the dodge back. Got the double down light, goes for the down SIG. Lorez comes back up. Kaina's got great damage put out onto Lorez. Lorez had a lead earlier in this one, but Kaina has completely deleted it.
Lorez is starting to play a little bit defensively, though. He's really using that range that he has with the spear, making sure to back up so he's at the perfect effective range compared to Kaina's Guitars, but the blasters are coming in out, finishing that one up with the side air. And Lores, an amazing effort that game, but it still wasn't enough. Even with the lead he had, it still wasn't enough. I swear, dude, Sunday Kaina is different. We talked about Kaina not being able to close. He wasn't able to do it at BCX. He struggled with it several times on Friday, which is why he finds himself in the elimination bracket now. But today... Today, the K in Kaina stands for closer.
Well, that's not how you spell close, but he is definitely
it does it in Portuguese.
Oh, okay. Closing
or
out
in Mortal Kombat
stocks.
universe.
Yeah, that's a more accurate one. But he is definitely closing out those stocks. I mean, there was a 1 damage difference, but the health difference in those final stocks was significantly in favor of Kaina. Now we're here into game number 3. Kaina's 1 game away from knocking Lores out of the game. We're out of the tournament.
And it's interesting, between the two Kais that we've just seen, Impala and now Lores, is Impala was all bow. Meanwhile, Lores, really the best he did last game was off the back of that spear. So that's showing how differently you can play this legend, how you can use your own unique skill expression. But now we're actually seeing the bow. So we're seeing Lores play really well-rounded as well. Grabs the neutral signature. First stock going the way of Lores here in game 3.
And yet he still wants to stick with the bow. One thing that worked really well for him against Luna was forcing that 50-50. Goes for the sideline into either a side sig or a down sig and he was forcing Luna to make an option. This time, he's not even thinking about that as he's trying to play the spear out and kind of gets the recovery.
Going to have his choice of weapons, likely going to stick with those Guitars. He's able to chase his opponent so well. He's using everything that Lucian has that is unique to this legend to really show why he's playing him. Look at this string potential that Kaina has. He's able to do it against the best players in the world. Footsie game coming out. Nobody wants to commit. They are pretty even. Kaina finally goes in, grabs 2-piece.
Nice side airs. Kind of sweat beating here. Still manages to get the wall touch. Lores can't deny the down sig thrown out, but the down sig from Lores is the one that connects.
Sweating again. He's not able to get back over. He even shook his head on that one. Maybe a little bit frustrating to fall there, especially because Lores is only in the orange. Definitely wanted some more damage if he was going to fall.
Okay, there
Nice.
we're starting to see the 50-50 come out. Another down sig. 3. Oh, he threw it out, but Kaina this time stays high.
He changed it up just a little bit by delaying it, and then he throws it out there.
Ooh, going for it again. Kaina with the side sig to punish. Lores learning his lesson a little bit there. He's like, you know what? Okay, maybe I did a couple too many.
I don't know. He's coming back in with bow. We'll see if he tries it again. He does have about 100 damage, maybe 85 damage lead now. Getting kind of really close to the red. He does actually have him in the red. D-Light in the neutral air. Send him off screen. I don't know if one more might do it. Recovery should.
Ooh, that's a punish. Okay. Lores,
he's gotta be
just
careful.
only doing heavy buttons.
He's really got to be careful. I feel like I'm seeing shades of Kaina at BCX where he starts throwing out those signatures, getting a little bit too reckless.
Oh! Kind of gets underneath it, doesn't get the dodge, and Lores finds the side air. He's going to hold on. We're going to game 4.
Lores denies the 3-0, keeping himself in this. It was looking a little bit scary, looking a little bit wobbly towards the end of that one, but he still kept the control. And now you see a almost completely bow-dominated game coming out from Lores' Kaina. Lores is Kaina? Lores is Kaya. Man, that's tough.
Well, maybe it's just Lores is Pearl, because that's the crossover he's on.
That's true. I should say that. That'll make it easier.
Yeah. Definitely helpful, but we're going into game number 4. No character swaps, no skin swap on the side of Lores. He did swap over to the Pearl for game number 3, and it's the thing that I guess kind of helped him out a little bit.
Now Kaina's going to start this one off with the first weapon. That second spawn was sitting there for a while. Kaina was able to add up quite a bit of damage by just playing around it, using it as a trap. Already has Lores in the orange at 100 damage.
Ooh, Kaina a little bit quicker with that Guitar sidelight. Beats out Lores. Lores chasing high with that recovery, ends up getting caught for it. Kaina's getting some good errant hits onto Lores right now.
There's the sidelight again, that down sig coming out. Kaina's really not falling for it as much anymore as he was previously. Not only that, he's also finding punishes on it. Ooh, Lores underestimating how far that D-Light was going to reach out. I think he was maybe a little bit too hasty to try and punish it. Oh my gosh! The weapon toss into the pickup, into the weapon toss, all of that coming out. Kaina essentially juggling his own weapons by bouncing them off of Lores' face.
Ooh, but Lores brings this one back, hits the side air onto Kaina in the offstage. Gonna juggle for a bit, but yep, definitely gonna be all about that bow.
All about that bow. That bow. No spear. I don't really know that song very well. I think I've only heard it on like commercials. So sorry everyone. I shouldn't have done that. I take it back.
That was great. No, I think Megan Trainor's filing the DMCA claim right now.
Oh no, I hope not.
All right, over to the spear though. So not gonna follow along with the song as Kaina hits the down sig. Lores has some movement, gets above Kaina.
The real question is which one of these players is Mother? Because the other one has to listen to them at the end of the day. Okay, D-Light into the side air. Didn't try to risk anything because he knew the dodge wasn't burned, so he couldn't get the double D-Light for free.
Okay, I like that weapon toss there. Just trying to keep some pressure going. Lores knows he needs to win this one. Goes for a big side sig read there. Kaina falls down, hits a side air, puts Lores off stage. How's he gonna get back up? Okay.
Oh, I was expecting a side light from Kaina. There he throws one out to kind of punish that down signature that came out from Lores. Oh, he's slow on that punish. It seems like he doesn't quite know how to do it. That doesn't really surprise me since maybe other than Lores, how many other Kaya players are there in 1v1? So maybe he doesn't feel comfortable about being able to get above, around, and behind it by the time Lores is finished charging it.
Lores with a double end light. Yeah, it is tricky because you can hold that. Lores does give the recovery to Kaina and potential here for that game number 5. But like we were saying, like that spear down sig, like you can change up the timing of how long it's active. Nice side air.
If Lores pushes this to a game 5, man, I'm seriously so proud of Lores. I have so much respect for Lores as a player, and it's only grown seeing him here at DreamHack San Diego. I think everybody around us also has that same idea as well. They both want it so bad off the top, but they're both in the yellow, not quite yet. Edge guard set up. Lores able to still punish the attempt at a landing, the ground pound. We have a game 5. Lores takes game 4, clutching it out.
Saw the sweat beads, knew he was running out of actions, and maintained the pressure perfectly for that ground pound to connect and force a game number 5.
Lores is incredible. He's truly an incredible player. He has leveled up so much this weekend. What a ground pound pickup there. And you see a much more even split between these two weapons. It was like 172 on the spear, 297 on the bow.
Good mix of weapon usage. We're getting into game 5. Small Brawl Haven.
Now, one thing, Lores cannot get too confident, because if he starts to get a little bit too confident, and if he starts to feel himself a little bit too much, I think Kaina is going to take him apart.
It definitely is not over until it's over, but Lores has an opportunity here to change the history books. He's lost every single set against Kaina, but here today, he's in game number 5.
And it would be wild to win this set because he went down 0-2. He would be getting the reverse 3 against like kind of the de facto best player in all of South America. But Kaina wants to make sure that does not happen. He's opening this one up huge. He's only in the later stages of yellow. Meanwhile, Lores is very much in KO damage. That neutral air sending Kaina into the orange. D-Light into the recovery. KO off the top. Huge lead for Kaina.
Clean plays from Kaina. Was not going to drop that down light recovery. He's got some solid health too. Denying weapons. Lores hoping for a weapon spawn soon. You see him running forward towards Kaina.
Dude, yeah, look at Lores' movement to get in and around. He really, honestly, he's getting hit a lot more when he has the weapon than when he was at weapon disadvantage, not able to grab that KO because of that 45-degree force vector. Nice landing side air. Oh, not going to have enough range for that. Oh, Kaina, oh no, that's so brutal.
Down sig misses. Kaina still getting some punishes though. Lores has taken a lot of damage here. Pogo, not enough. Goes high.
He's got to find the stock. Okay, he finds it right here. He's very much in the red. And again, we're on small Brawl Haven. Even though Kaya has solid defense, that starts to go away a little bit when you look at being on small Brawl Haven, those close blast zones, especially the way that Kaina is able to find the signatures exactly like that.
Up that side, signature cleans it up. A full stock lead for Kaina. Sticking with the Katars as Lores is unarmed right now. There's the weapon spawn, picks up the spear. Can Lores bring this one back? This would be such a clutch.
Sidelight in the in-light, turnaround recovery as Lores is recovering back to the stage. In-light again, doesn't get the jump nair, but does get the second one. Goes for the GCD sig all the way up there. These Katars are going crazy right now. I gotta see the grab. I can't wait to see the grab. There's so much damage being added up on top of Lores and very little being added up on Kaina.
Decides to swap Qatar's the last pair. We're getting a little too bloody, but Lores starting to find some damage, but he gets disarmed. Weapon spawn in favor of Kaina. Lores goes in. What?
And the taunt early. Kaina, what are you doing? I get that you're still mostly in the lead, and it's very unlikely that you would lose this game, but what are you doing, my brother?
He just tried to do
Lores is playing with him.
the dirt. There's the recovery. Kaina takes it 3-2 over Lores, and he is going to be the final representative for South America.
Kaina is guaranteed top 3, moving on into the elimination finals. Big hug from 2 good friends here in the South American region. That is going to be an incredible 4th place finish for the very young Lores here, representing the So Icy boys, going up against Kingdom Esports. Is Kaina. Wow, the fact, I'm so glad that we got to see them fight each other, because you have like the current reigning king of South America versus the person who's going to kind of maybe move in and do a little bit of regicide, or at least he wants to do a little bit of regicide to dethrone Kaina and take the throne for himself.
He's like the second prince who's like plotting all sorts of stuff to try to take over the kingdom. But man, impressive plays. You got to give a lot of credit to Lores for taking that one back to game 5, because that was looking like a runaway in favor of Kaina, but ultimately Kaina did close that one out in game 5.
I'm telling you, I don't know if it's just today, but Kaina really turning into a closer. That's what we've been waiting for. That's what all the Kaina fans have really been waiting for, especially since BCX. How close he got to defeating Godly. How close he got to defeating Stingray. But it was that last little bit where that panic set in right at the end. That's not a problem here at DreamHack San Diego.
Yeah, his signatures in particular have been so effective, right? That's one of the biggest ways to make sure that you were taking those stocks. It's arguably one of the most efficient ways. You see someone in the red, hit him with the SIG on Small Brawl Haven, you basically get the stock, and he's hitting them.
That's why, yeah, he's playing Lucian, who has really strong signatures. At BCX, he's playing Zoe, which Zoe has strong signatures, but strong in the way of, like, there's a lot of force on them, not strong in the way of, like, they are very good and you should use them regularly because you will not get punished. That's not the case with those. It's definitely different with Lucian. That's why I'm so glad that, well, really, Luna kicked off the Lucian gameplay that we're seeing, and I'm glad so many players have jumped onto that. I think it fits Kaina so well. Yeah, well, unfortunately for Kaina now, he's got to sit in that hot seat, right? Because, of course, he's now going into Sandstorm, and then after that, it's going to be Impala. If he wants to win this, is going to be sitting there for quite a while. He has to essentially beat 2 world champions, 1 multi-time world champion and 1 most recent world champion. So he has to bring out quite possibly the best gameplay he has ever had to bring out in his entire career.
Well, we're going to give him some time to stretch his legs. Of course, he's got to put his name on that seat because he's going to be sitting there for at least a whole other set. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the final 2 sets of DreamHack San Diego. You don't want to miss it. Stick around. 2 sets remain until we find out who is our 1v1 champion here for DreamHack San Diego. Will it be the South American or will it be one of our world champions? We'll find out in just a little bit.
We have Sandstorm versus Kaina for the elimination finals. The winner of that will move on into the grand finals where Impala is patiently waiting. I'm sure he's very patiently waiting, probably sitting there like a robot, stone-faced, making absolutely no noise, conserving his battery cells for the gameplay that he's going to have to do in grand finals if he wants to take home the championship here at DreamHack San Diego, the first open entry LAN for esports year 8, baby.
2023 starting off with a bang. The potential here for the South Americans is real because Kaina has not fought either of these 2 players this weekend. The player who knocked Kaina down into the elimination side of things, we looked it up during the break, was Java. And so Kaina's been doing the elimination run for an incredibly long time. But now we're into it, and Sandstorm,
Are we seeing Fenrir Mordex? What year am I looking at here? Oh yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. I'm telling you, I said that his best days were behind him and that, you know, he might be a regular top 8 player, but the way he's looking now, and now we're seeing the Fenrir Mordex, I know chat is stoked. I know all the viewers at home are stoked. I'm stoked because this is where Sandstorm made his name. He made this legend and this skin and this setup completely iconic in Brawlhalla.
Yo, this is Mr. Incredible going into the locker and putting back on the suit with the eye on the chest. Sandstorm is going back to the iconic Fenrir Mordex.
Except he's not out of shape like Mr. Incredible was when he put that back on. It seems like he's been fighting fit now. Sandstorm here. He is unarmed at the weapon disadvantage. Both players now in the red. The neutral light coming out. Again, the neutral air coming out. Swapping over to the gauntlets. The neutral light coming out. Not KOing, of course, after that gauntlet nerf. Somehow finding priority over the ground pound with that guitar. Neutral air, and there is the signature KO off the top, throwing straight up on that one.
Yeah, the down sig from Sandstorm launches kind of into the sky. Nice pickup there with the down light. Continues it with the scythe and swaps over to the gauntlets for the sig.
Nice weapon toss to help cover the landing. Kaina was probably looking for a D-light setup. Oh my gosh! Kind of swapping back over to the blasters, tossing him up for a second just in case that next weapon spawn came in. He could grab those guitars quickly without having to disarm himself as late once Sandstorm spawned back in. He's looking for another KO, hunting for those recoveries on the gauntlets.
Light misses and Sandstorm punishes another down sig to KO Kaina.
It's wild that we had like so many South Americans in the top 8 of the bracket. It's wild that we had an EU team take 2v2, but imagine Sandstorm wins this LAN in 1v1s.
Dude, the return of Sandstorm is not quite here yet because he's got to get through Kaina and then into Impala. A nice down sig, keeping that pressure going on to Kaina. Sideline.
Oh man, he's getting aerial. He's using that scythe down air. Such a strong move to use. Actually brings him over back onto the stage rather than using the strong D-light. Bringing him back on the stage so he can throw out that side signature. Take game 1 with a 2 stock still in the yellow.
That was a little bit of a stomp there from Sandstorm. Hey, like you said, 2 stocks left to his name and kind of only able to put out about 200-something damage in that game.
Kind of coming out struggling this much early on, man. I don't know how that bodes for him. Look at that grab. Sandstorm spent more than half of the game on that first stock, about maybe even 60% of the game on that first stock, and even the beginning of the second stock. You can see part of that was kind of respawning, so he's not going to take any damage there, but there were still parts of it as well towards the end of Kaina's second and the beginning of Kaina's third where he wasn't taking any damage either, and then look at the end as well. Yet another flat line where Sandstorm is not taking any damage, and he's adding quite a bit up with those sight strings, with the gauntlet strings, and of course, both signature kits.
Yeah, and it didn't look like there was any warm-up time needed for his gauntlets. He was still able to put out about 190 damage on his gauntlets, alongside the like 300 plus he did with his scythe.
Nice 3-piece there coming out from Kaina, hoping to find the 4th. Doesn't make the connection. Almost went in. Almost fell into the signature. Almost grabs that down air. I feel like Sandstorm
keeping him there.
is like, he either almost gets the hit or he is getting like 9 hits. And that is an incredibly early stock for Sandstorm.
Didn't even have to hit him there, just made sure kind of couldn't get that wall touch. And now Sandstorm with a big lead again, this time in game number 2.
Neutralite into the down air. He's not able to find any of these gigantic strings that he was finding previously. Like he's finding like 2 and 3 hits sometimes. Nice big slap there. Could be evening this up quickly.
Good jump to avoid the nair.
It looked like he was going to go in, but then he saw, okay, there's not enough for him to get back. I'm going to play carefully. I'm going to play safe because I could get hit with that nair. Could end up getting turned around and edge guarded.
Sandstorm lands back down, kind of brought this one back. Nice dare and kind of dodges away.
You see him waiting after that down air. There's the down signature. Sandstorm, I think he said that's his favorite one.
Scythe down sig?
Yeah.
It's a solid one.
When like back in the day, it was always like the lingering icicles on the side sig that really caught people out when they tried to spot dodge it.
Yo, but Kaina's catching Sandstorm out. Sandstorm running out of health here to play with on the second stock.
And Kaina, you saw him run all the way to the left side of the stage. He's still trying to make moves for that. Dashes in, hits the neutral signature, didn't make a connection with it though.
Doesn't hit the recovery. Kaina swaps over to the Katars. Down sig, throws him down.
I swear, it's almost every single KO from Sandstorm, if not every single one, is a signature KO.
And that's what we were talking about with Kaina, right? That's the best way to finish off a stock, is getting that single signature. Down sig baited out by Sandstorm. There's the down light. There's the recovery. We're going to final stocks.
Much more even this game. At the end of last game, Sandstorm was just in the yellow on his second stock by the time everything was said and done. Now, Kaina finds himself and Sandstorm both on final stocks. Gets through.
Sair and then Chase dodges to the other side. Kaina responds with some Qatar damage, but Sandstorm now getting the edge guard built up here. One more hit. Kaina touches the wall. Sandstorm backs away, baiting for the down sig.
Now you saw Kaina go in with the recovery earlier, and that put him right back on the stage, right in Sandstorm's hand. Meanwhile, the second time he recovered back to the stage, he stuck on the wall instead of using that recovery. Down air, sending Kaina over to the right side, recovering high, gets the falling neutral air. Now he's finding some string damage. It's not quite as quick as the previous ones he was finding, but still, that was like 6 unanswered hits. Sandstorm even shaking his head after he whiffed that signature.
He knew that was a wild idea, but the ground pound was a great idea after the side light, and that's going to be Sandstorm up 2-0 over the final South American.
We could see Kaina taking nothing more than a bronze medal. Still an amazing effort, still an amazing reward for all of his gameplay this weekend. But players like Kaina and players like Sandstorm, they have their eyes set on the gold medal.
You know they wanted a 10 damage difference between the two of them. This time Sandstorm leaning a little bit more into his gauntlets. This is what you love to see from Sandstorm. He can play both weapons to great effect.
Now, even though there was only a 10 damage difference, Sandstorm was maybe like 40% of the way through his final stock. He was still in like the orange stages, maybe even early orange, and that's because he was just more efficient than Kaina was by using those signatures. Now Kaina's finding the string, taking Sandstorm all the way to the right. You saw him sweating. Sandstorm fighting back with his gauntlets. That sidelight doesn't have enough, but he gets up and then down at the 45-degree angle with the down air from the Katars. Not able to punish the land. He gets hit for 2.
The dodge. Sandstorm backing away. Damage at deficit. The neutral sig. Not going to quite KO, but Sandstorm has enough movement to get back up.
Is he? Okay, I was wondering if he was going to try the neutral signature again as the KO move, especially if Sandstorm wants to play airly, if he's looking for those down airs. Very strong move in the Scythe weapon kit, one of my least favorite moves to play against in the entire game because it's so strong. Neutral sig might be the thing to deal with that.
Kind of. Almost a full stock lead now, but there's that brutal down sig. So many times he's taken a stock off of Kaina, and it will happen again. Sandstorm brings this one back. That down sig is so good for Sandstorm.
Getting caught with that right over the corner and not being like bounced off the stage or anything like that, that's like taking it a Surrey dunk when you're in orange. It's very rare that you're going to be able to come back from that. It's at least going to set up for the edge guard for at least the potential of guaranteeing that stock, but especially if you're caught out in the air, you happen to be going in for that landing, you don't have enough jumps to get back, you're totally done.
Yo, but kind of shook that one off real quick. He's already putting Sandstorm into the red. His blaster is now doing a lot of work. Can he get the downlight? Sandstorm using that longer range.
Oh, he's adding up the damage so well. Kind of can't hardly find a single hit until that blaster side air gets punished with one of the first Scythe neutral signatures we've seen this set.
Didn't even set up for it, just called out the movement of Kaina. Now he's over to the gauntlets here. Kaina, there's the weapon spawn, but he can't pick it up.
The tug of war between these two on this second stock. We're about 2 minutes into this game. Spot dodging that and hitting the side light. There's the D-light into the recovery. Again, he knew that there was enough damage added up because so many other times we saw him go for the D-light into the GC neutral heavy. So he knows.
I mean, he also just burned his dodge on that gravity cancel side light to challenge Sandstorm. Sandstorm with the weapon toss now. Off stage.
Oh, that's dangerous.
He's back.
I thought he was surely done after using that dodge.
There, not quite enough, but the sweat beads, and there's the downlight from Sandstorm. Final stocks here in game number 3. Can kind of take this to game 4.
Totally even on this one. Kind of needs to get this stock if he has any hope of not being eliminated in 3rd place. Pushing it to a game 4 and hopefully continuing into a victory. But Sandstorm, they're even on the damage add up.
Ooh, down sig puts him off stage. Downlight. Downlight.
Oh, Kaina's finding nothing here.
Went for 3 downlights in a row. Kaina got around it. Sandstorm still getting a lot of good damage here onto Kaina.
He's not falling for any of these D6 here lately, though. Sandstorm's thrown out a few of them. Kaina's been able to punish.
He's getting damage. Doesn't go for the weapon spawn. Sandstorm was too close. There's a neutral light. Avoids the recovery.
He's trying to open up with these guitar neutral lights. This one doesn't go to the corner. Stage. He still has hope.
He got bounced. It ate some of the forest. Kind of still living, but he gets disarmed. There's the weapon spawn. He goes too close, and the down sig from Sandstorm means he's going to grand finals.
Kaina from Brazil, South America, going to finish here at DreamHack San Diego in 3rd place. Incredible work from Kaina this weekend. Didn't place quite as well in 2v2s as I would have really thought he was going to, but it seemed like he was saving up everything for 1v1s here. He had an amazing set against Lores right before that. Right before that, he went 3-0 over Hughes, and right before that, he went 3-0 over Boomy. But in that elimination semifinals, started to find some trouble, and then Sandstorm, man, Sandstorm took him apart like we're still back in 2019.
Sandstorm had a amazing return to form. I mean, you got to give so much credit, not only to Kaina, but to the South Americans. They really showed up and really made people respect that the South Americans are a strong 1v1 team. But specifically about Kaina, he has had the longest run of the event because he went down in pools to Java. And yet he made it all the way here to the top 3. You got to give him so much credit.
An amazing effort. I know he's going to be maybe a little bit sad that he got 3rd place and not 2nd and definitely not 1st, but hopefully later on he can be proud of everything that he did this tournament. And Sandstorm, man, Sandwick tweeted out that I was basically calling Sandstorm LeBron, and I clarified that a little bit, but I'm going to delete that tweet because, like, yeah, Sandstorm's just LeBron. He's just LeBron James. He's the GOAT. He's going to be such a long-running pro if he decides to be. That really seems like it's going to be the decision maker. Like, it's in Sandstorm's hands whether he wants to be the best or not.
Well, I think Impala's got some words to say about that.
That's true.
One, because it is still one more set for Sandstorm to be determined if he is back on top. Impala, the current world champion, has that potential. He already really handled Sandstorm not too long ago.
But I think that's why we saw Sandstorm immediately go in with the Mordex pick game 1 against Kaina, so he could start working that in, start warming that up, find out how he wants to use everything that is unique to Mordex versus what he was using previously on Mirage that, let's be real, did not work after Impala got the 3-0.
We'll see if that will be the thing that he needs, but he's got some time to think about it because we're going to take a short little break before we get into our grand finals. We got one more set to go, and we want to make the tension build as much as possible. So we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with that grand finals of DreamHack San Diego. the battle of the best. We've got our top 1v1ers, Impala versus Sandstorm, coming up next.
Impala versus Legoat. I don't know. I saw that 3-0 from Impala. If Sandstorm brings in the Mirage, I'd be like, yeah, it's going to be a 3-0 again, maybe a 3-1. Impala's got this in the bag. But it's Mordex, man. How can you count out the Mordex? There are a handful of truly iconic loadouts in Brawlhalla. One of them is like Addy's White Dragon Slayer Val. This is like one of the other mains. I think if you pick like the top two, it'd be the Val and it would be this.
Yeah, in terms of like iconic outfits, Sandstorm's Fenrir Mordex is definitely up there for iconic outfits, although Impala's is kind of becoming one.
Yeah, I might agree with that, but it's also, that's the thing, is like that's just also kind of the goated Kaya skin, whereas like Val has other skins that are better than Dragon Slayer, and Mordex also has like several other skins that are probably better than Fenrir Mordex.
Is that the tech? Is you pick a bad skin, but you make it yours?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you see some of the people on Twitter being like, oh, I'm claiming this strip, and it's like the most horrendous thing that you've ever seen in your entire life, and everyone in the comments is like, yeah, bro, you can have it. Ain't nobody want that.
Well, everybody wants Sandstorm's drip at this point, or at least his earnings. Looking at 210,000 versus 55,000, but right now the current world champion is in fact Impala.
You see Impala on the left side of your screen, Sandstorm on the right side of your screen. Sandstorm has been here so many times. Impala's been here once, and it was at a really high-pressure tournament. Of course, the World Championship at the end of last year, but Sandstorm has so much more experience in this exact position.
I mean, almost every single time Sandstorm has been in this position, he's been the one to be feared. He's been the one that the other guy's like, oh, I got to prepare something for him. But this time, I think it's different. This time, Sandstorm's on the shell to go into Impala. He had to warm up the gauntlets, but he did it with the Mordex.
What was the Mordex for?
To warm up the gauntlets.
Yeah, but like, why wouldn't you just do this? Are you just really trying to maybe
don't let him know what you're doing.
Yeah, surprise Impala. Don't let him know your next move.
Got to keep him guessing.
I'll tell you what, people are going to see this and be like, yeah, Teska's broken. We need to... Teska was grand finals at DreamHack San Diego, most broken legend in the whole game.
Well, that's all dependent on how Sandstorm performs, but right now Impala is the one hitting the performance as he hits the down air, and he's so healthy. Sandstorm losing his first stock.
He has like 50 damage on this first stock. He got that one in less than 40 seconds. Had control of the weapons right after that. Here comes Sandstorm's gauntlets. That neutral light coming out. Doing a lot of movement for going in. Nice nair into the sidelight, into the recovery. Even on Brawlhaven, not quite enough just yet.
Neutral light's not going to do it. Doesn't even put him off screen. Chases low, but Impala comes back up. Sandstorm, what's the KO tool? It was a lot of signatures that worked earlier, but will he be able to do the same with Shell?
Impala really starting to play that range game, finding a lot of unanswered damage against Sandstorm. We've seen Impala have games where he's bow-focused, games where he's spear-focused, and games where he splits them right down the middle.
Punish?
That is going to be an easy punish for Sandstorm into the sidelights there, making sure he finishes that stock up. But he's at a solid damage deficit here as Impala spawning in fresh.
Yeah, you were talking about that range advantage. Nice option there from Sandstorm. I believe that it was the down light where he held down, so he ended up going grounded. Over to the wall now.
A lot of range put between these two players. That down sig, dude. Impala has been using that so well. Kaya players are loving that one.
Well, or maybe they're hating it because they're like, oh no, it's going to get nerfed.
But I mean, even Impala himself said after the nerf post BCX, he was like, yeah, it's not unreactable. It's still a pretty darn good signature when, what was it? It was the neutral sig that got nerfed, right?
I think so, yeah, because he did a lot of that neutral signature. But now it's all about that bow down sig, but he's got the spear in hand. And yeah, he's still playing that range game.
Sandstorm finding really good damage. He's like putting out twice as much as he takes, which might even out towards the end because Impala has twice the stocks that Sandstorm does.
But he's running out of room to work with. He's taking a lot of damage. Here comes those bow down sigs. You can see Sandstorm giving a lot of respect to it. Hits the neutral, or hits the side air. Down sig, gonna bounce in, it's gonna KO. He's gonna stick with the boots for sure.
Even on stage, that is going to lead to the KO. Sandstorm, maybe about 130 damage behind. Now got 140, 150, 160, 170 behind. Nice down air. Could he finish this one up? Nice ball. JV1, almost a JV2.
Showing that BCX was not a fluke. He is a competitor. The offline environment is easier for him. That's a direct quote, and it's proving true.
I don't know. I think he's lying. I think he just flexed on that one. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude.
He levels up in person. He needs an audience to perform.
Except he wanted to play off stream and requests to play off stream so he can't have eyes on him. But here, he don't get that option, and I mean, it seems like it doesn't matter. Like, why does he have that preference? Because if we look at what he's doing right here, there's the Mordex. There's the Fenrir Mordex. I was hoping for that quick swap after the Tesca was just not working. Opening this one up with some solid unarmed damage, immediately picking up the gauntlets into that turnaround down air.
Okay, side air puts Impala off stage, but the neutral air gets him to the wall safely. Down sig throw now. Goes for another one. Not sure how effective these will be against Impala.
Especially if Impala wants to play the range game, using the range that he has on both weapons when he chooses Kaya. Nice turnaround neutral air. Following up after the neutral light.
Down sig, active input, swings back. No dare.
He was able to get back on and pick up the weapon. I thought Sandstorm was going to be enough behind him that he wasn't going to get hit by that.
Oh, what is he going for? What was he cooking?
I think he was maybe expecting that to bonk on the head of Impala if he tried to jump and he gets knocked back down into the D-Light.
Okay. Well, ultimately, he still did get the KO with the gauntlets. Now it's back to the side, but the Pogo evens it up.
This Fenrir Mordex is faring reasonably well so far. Sandstorm is down 0-1, but now he technically does have the lead. Going to even that up with the recovery that came out from Impala. Again, a lot of space put between them. Trying to hit the jump side air. Back-to-back in lights.
Puts him off stage, goes in with the recovery. Trading damage out, doesn't get the follow-up off the downlight, but the weapon toss keeps him safe. Down sig again, throwing Impala back.
And we really saw Sandstorm not using as much of the active input. Not using as much of the active input on that down sig in his previous set against Kaina. He was really just doing it in the same direction. Meanwhile, here, it seems to be he's always positioned where he wants to turn it around and send towards the blast zone the other way.
But the recovery. No gauntlet down sig this time. It's the end sig. Impala with the punish. Keeping this one close.
Coming back over to the spear. Nice side air. Sending Sandstorm off screen. Gonna go in with the big ground pound and the weapon toss. The side air coming through. Not far enough. Impala was very confident that he wasn't going to be able to make it. I thought it was going to be close. But again, it's these players knowing things. Just inherently being able to judge movement and damage and spacing all in a high pressure situation like we have here.
But Impala gets taken down by Sandstorm. Scythe recovery. Final stocks here in game number 2. You know Sandstorm wants to take this one. Getting a reverse 3 on someone who just 3-0'd you is so stinking hard to do.
Both of these players extremely even coming in on final stocks. Both of them in the yellow. That neutral light just barely missing. Both of them are kind of poking, but
that was a
Sandstorm finding a lot of unanswered damage. The weapon toss just a little bit more. Any scythe ground pound coming out. It's going to be high.
He's back on stage, though. Good spot dodge over the bow down light.
I'm waiting for the D-Sig. I'm waiting for the D-Sig.
The Sair, he's disarmed. He can't go for it. But the weapon spawn, Sandstorm denies it. Impala unarmed right now. Sandstorm misses the dare. Impala goes in for the haymaker.
There's the D-Light into the recovery. Not enough. Low strength of Kaya. Tried to find another one.
Attack. Neutral light, knocking a KO. Not even off screen.
Is he going to go for the dunk? Oh, he's going to go over the side air, over the corner. What a bold move. Impala called it out immediately with the GCD light. Didn't just find a single punish. He found the punish to get the KO, setting up into his bread and butter.
He felt good after that one, too. Impala is such a stoic player, but he saw that gravity cancel downlight recovery, and he was smiling as he hit it. Impala up 2-0 over Sandstorm. Can Sandstorm do the reverse?
First weapon goes to Impala. He finished that last game up with that spear in his hand. If we get a 3-0 here, here in Grand Finals. I know production's going to be happy. I know Jabali's going to be happy. Honestly, the way Impala's playing here, I might be a little bit happy as well. He's putting on a show for us.
He's just looking so clean. Impala comes down. There's that bow down sig. Weapon toss does not connect. Sandstorm with the scythe in hand, but he's taken so much damage already.
Impala has a gigantic lead. Has Sandstorm a KO damage. That down air is going to set up. Little bounce pass to himself. Another down air. Is he going to set up for another one? Playing this one high, playing this one careful. Sends the side air over to the left side. Getting a little bit swifty with it. There's the down signature that he slide charged over the edge. I mean, he's got to be feeling nothing but confident right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got a 2-game lead. He's already got that stock advantage quite handedly. Impala, he's just running away with it, looking like a repeat of that winner's final.
There's that neutral light. You can see each hit. Sandstorm's getting big hits, and he gets the stock. Is Impala going to be able to get back? No, not even close. And we are back to even. Just a little bit of damage on Sandstorm's second stock. Impala's going to be looking for a weapon. He's able to grab it very quickly. Sandstorm didn't try to guard it too much. He even actually gave Impala quite a bit of room.
He's got that spear in hand. It hasn't been his critical weapon. Generally, it's all about that bow. Still stuck on the corner. There's that GC downlight.
Recovery chasing high. Really no threat of actually getting the KO there because Sandstorm's still in the yellow. Impala's just a little bit behind in terms of damage.
Oh, he's going real low. Impala gets back up. That recovery helps him out. It's good damage, but if Sandstorm doesn't get this KO, it will not matter.
There's the neutral light. Man, you really see the difference in old neutral light versus new gauntlet neutral light with how far those are sending. Sayer, the weapon toss goes a little bit too far to the left. He must have done that the wrong direction. That gives Impala the lead. He takes it back from Sandstorm here in Game 3.
Sandstorm had such a damage lead, but he didn't get the stock. Impala one stock away from being the San Diego champion, but Sandstorm's going to make him work for it.
He's going to be spawning back in at the exact same position that Sandstorm is right now, except he will be at the weapon disadvantage until Sandstorm moved off stage, giving Impala the room he needed to pick up the bow.
Jump for jump. Impala hits a neutral light. He hits the neutral air. Starting to get more taps. Neutral light, neutral air.
Impala controlling the ground so much, but now they swap places. Sandstorm has Impala in the orange. There's the side air.
He's running out of movement.
Red. Oh my gosh! Is that it?
That's gotta be it. Sandstorm takes game number 3. He'll hold on just narrowly to get us to game 4.
That was so close. Virtually no reaction from Impala whatsoever. Even though it looks like Sandstorm is talking to Impala, he's actually facing the other direction, probably talking to the stage production right now. Impala really having to think here. That's going to interrupt some of the momentum on his side. We've seen, though, in the past, in Grand Finals, we have players going up 2-0, losing Game 3, and then coming back, showing Game 4, more dominant than ever, why it should have been a 3-0 in the first place.
And now we're seeing a map swap. We're going to Apocalypse, that soft platform, maybe another place that Impala can return to, because the edge guards of Sandstorm were what took him game number 3. But
this is huge. This is gigantic.
Oh, wait, no turnaround.
Is he still going to go in? No, he backs up. He hit that dare. He didn't want to go in too hard. He's at the weapon disadvantage. Sandstorm had the scythe in his hands. We have a soft platform here. That's going to shake things up quite a bit because either player can choose to move on to that soft platform, because we've had moments where Impala is controlling the ground and Sandstorm can't land. We've had other way around as well where Sandstorm controls the main platform and Impala can't land. Now we introduce that soft platform, and even though Impala has a massive lead, we're just like one dunk away, especially since Impala is in the orange.
The question is if he can get the dunk. Sandstorm playing from behind again. He needs another big edge guard onto Impala. Over to the side. Impala gets back up. He's so good at sneaking over those corners.
Both players kind of jockeying back and forth, playing that footsie game, looking for their single hits. Sandstorm hoping to finish up this stock quickly, uses the strong D-light there. Impala's first stock taken away. About a minute and 26 into this game. Sandstorm in the orange on his second stock. Free weapon for Impala after hitting the unarmed neutral air.
The audience here rooting for Sandstorm. They want that game 5. They want Jabali to be upset that we're still here. And Impala gets caught out by the scythe of Sandstorm.
Ultralight into the neutral air, turning that one around, sending Impala over onto the edge, playing so far back from the corner. Got a little bit too close there, trying to poke out with that D-Light. Ended up getting punished for it, just barely getting through that down air from Impala.
Soft platform helps him out. The dodge down, but it's just in there. Impala, he misses the N6 Sandstorm with the spot dodge. Down light, launches him. It's going to KO Sandstorm. Can he get this to game 5? He's deep red.
Where's the next weapon spawn coming in? It's the middle of the stage. Impala's able to grab it. D-Light into the recovery. Had so much damage on that second stock that he evens it up so quickly. Next weapon spawn coming in. He's going to stay on the bow. He did juggle those weapons to delay the next spawn. It's coming into the right side. You see him trying to pressure that string to keep Sandstorm away from the weapon, but he's able to grab it in time. It's Gauntlets.
Last stocks here, the difference being a game 5 or a championship title. Nair into the end light. Sandstorm's getting some damage. Another end light. Keeping the pressure. Impala stuck on the wall. Over to the scythe. Gravity cancel down light. Gets him back up. The juggles.
He doesn't choose to go over onto that soft platform. He went to the left side of the stage and landed right on it. Impala getting a lot of unanswered damage here, especially after that whiff down air.
Recovery from Impala gets him back up. He's getting the damage put out onto Sandstorm. Misses the down light.
These side lights coming out from Sandstorm. Both players last stock red here.
Ooh, the side air. He was getting close there. Got the wall touch. He's disarmed. Sandstorm has the corner. He has the side air. Sandstorm takes it to game 5.
This is that clutch factor. Sandstorm is the GOAT. That's the reason when you ask any Brawlhalla player from any timeline who their Mount Rushmore is, if they don't put Sandstorm on there, I'm telling you, they're just objectively wrong. And I don't even think anyone would be so much of a contrarian to do that, because everyone is putting Sandstorm on that big, shiny mountain.
Well, look at the damage difference. 51 in favor of Impala. Sandstorm needed to steal those stocks out time and time again. When it comes to the corner guards, Sandstorm is getting those W's, but how often can he continue that?
It's working so far. Look at the damage difference between his two weapons. Over 3 times as much damage on his scythe as he put out on his gauntlets. That's why if Sandstorm slides into your DMs and says scythe forever, that's how you know it's him.
Here we go. Game 5. Can Impala close this one out, or will we get the reset for another best of 5?
Oh, Sandstorm was staying grounded when Impala threw out that neutral light, but they weren't stacked, so he didn't find a connection on it. Impala has just a little bit of a lead here, has Sandstorm in the orange.
Ooh, caught the dash through with the end light. Impala's getting juggled here. GCN light hits the dare, hits the ground pound. Sandstorm with the lead.
That's a classic right there. Bouncing off the wall, then hitting the ground pound for the KO. Sandstorm only at about 100 damage on this. Seems like he already has Impala in the yellow. It seems like it only took 2 hits.
Impala maybe getting a little nervous here. Chain dodging from Sandstorm. Impala waits a little bit after that side light.
It's so wild that we saw the Tesca come out and it got shut down so promptly, and then all of a sudden we see the Fenrir Mordex, and Impala's having so much trouble.
So few SIGs thrown out from Impala. It's going to be the recovery off the downlight. Impala evens up the stock count. Damage just a little bit in favor of Sandstorm.
Going to be looking for the next weapon spawn to come in. There it is. I think he picked up a scythe here, and that's the reason that he didn't really go too hard for that weapon spawn towards the end of last stock, because he didn't want his next weapon spawn, if he picked it up, once he respawned and got taken out, to be the gauntlets. He wants to stick on this scythe.
Yeah, it's definitely been all about this scythe. Throws the dare into the wall there. Doesn't go for that ground pound that time. Hits the downlight to catch the landing. Another downlight. Sandstorm 1 stock away from the reset.
He all of a sudden has a gigantic lead. It seemed like he was on orange, and then he just kept being on orange, and he's still second stock orange as Impala is fighting back at the weapon disadvantage.
Ooh, the spot dodge. Not afraid of a haymaker to the face. Impala with the bow in hand. Gets the juggle. Can he get the stock?
Weapon spawn coming in. There's the gauntlets.
Needs another.
Even if he gets knocked out here, that means next time he spawns back in, that next weapon is going to be a sight. That's going to be his weapon of choice. Impala's going to do everything he can to strip the field, delay that weapon spawn, so Sandstorm plays the weapon disadvantage. That neutral air sends Impala to the left, easily goes over to the right, grabs the spawn.
Last stocks, game 5. Impala with the stage control. He's got his comfort bow. Sandstorm catches the landing, but Impala gets back up.
Impala's done a great job evening this up here. He's putting out a lot of damage on a Sandstorm here. It's getting close to where Sandstorm might have to start thinking about worrying about being disarmed if he takes too much more damage. Dude, the inlight into the recoveries. Sandstorm is so good at it.
Yo, but Impala with the recoveries. Down Sig! Sandstorm, does he have the movement? He'll get to the wall safely, but he has no weapon. He got disarmed. Impala with the weapon control.
He has just a little bit of a lead here. The bow is in his hands. He's
Down
backing
Sig.
up, looking for the D-Sig. Neutral light, not going to send over. Sandstorm, at least right now, is going to have to do this one with the gauntlets. Just barely missing that gauntlet side air. There's a weapon spawn in the field. Swapping back over to the scythe.
Down, side Sig thrown out! It doesn't KO! Impala with the spear. Sandstorm's got one more opportunity. The side air slaps him away.
Oh, he tried to get the unarmed recovery, but out came the dodge. Oh, just barely. The fact that Impala did the side stick, giving him movement to get away.
Downlight misses. Who's gonna get the hit? Downlight, Nair! Impala takes it in game 5. He's gonna be your DreamHack San Diego champion.
He went for the downlight Nair, and now I feel like we see a weird official passing of the torch that we didn't get. We didn't get that closure on the Sandstorm arc as we move into now what we have with the Impala arc on land. But here we have it at DreamHack San Diego. You even saw in Sandstorm's face that he was like, yeah, you got me, young blood. You're the new kid on the block. He started off with the Tesca. Let's be real, it did not work whatsoever. The swap to the Fenrir Mordex almost had enough, but Impala's Kaya, just like at the World Championship, was too much for everybody here at DreamHack San Diego.
And now nobody can argue that Impala is not the best at the game in person right now. He won at the World Championship, and so many people wanted to discount it, put an asterisk, say you didn't fight Sandstorm, but look at him here today at DreamHack San Diego. Impala was able to take the dub over Sandstorm, and that means he's kind of good at the game.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
A little bit.
He's a pretty strong player. Coming into this one, he had to be feeling good after he 3-0'd Sandstorm in the winners finals. Then he went into the grand finals, saw Kaina fight it out against Lores, then saw Sandstorm take out Kaina in the elimination finals. He just waited. Then all of a sudden, he went up 2-0. It was looking maybe a little bit rough there for him, like the old world champ Legault was going to take it away from him, but he didn't let it go. There you can see the official passing of the torch from Sandstorm to Impala.
Impala denying the reset, getting that double, not KO, what's the term for it? Double tap onto Sandstorm, right? Beat him in the winners final, beat him in the grand finals, really knocked him down and proved that he's the greatest. He's our champion here at DreamHack San Diego. Sheepy, any words on that part?
Oh my goodness, what a grand final match here. Really, Impala closing it out. I mean, I was shouting in the crowd. I heard everyone else shouting in the crowd. It was quite the match here. I mean, you have two kings, your current world champion, and then the previous world champion or multi-time champion, and you cannot deny the win here. Luckily, we get to talk to our current champion as he's sitting here with us right now on the desk. Impala, how are you? Congratulations, first off, for this championship. I want to know what was going through your mind when you're fighting Sandstorm against his Mordex specifically?
I already knew something was going to go wrong. I was up 2-0, and the first thing I wanted to do was count him out, but it just doesn't make sense. There's a reason why he has a history. There's not much else to say. I mean, he's a really good opponent. And as soon as you feel like you're not in a position where you can get attacked, you will. every time. Like that, there's a reason why he was so good with like gravity cancel down light. It was because he was always just, he made it really good overextensions that had high value, and it reduced the options of the opponent, specifically me, and I started to kind of lose my momentum as a result. Sorry, I'm still shaking.
No, yeah,
I was gonna say, can you like lift your hand up? The adrenaline that I can just see coursing through you right now. That was an intense set, to say the least.
Yeah, he's shaking still.
A little bit. I mean, it makes sense. Like when you're playing for so much money and like so much glory, like the whole, like that's what Brawl is about, basically. So, I mean, I'm just glad I get to be on the podium in this way because I worked really hard for it, and I also like to thank my parents for, you know, supporting me along the way, along with my brother who was with me this whole time.
Oh, yeah?
That's amazing.
That's fantastic.
That's wonderful. We love it. Family support. We love it. Duke, Sparky, I do want to open it up for y'all if you guys have anything to ask Impala, our champion here.
What would it take for you to stop playing Kaya?
No, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey, wait a minute. Whoa. Hey.
Ask him how much cash he has on him right now.
How many meta devs can I give you to get you to stop playing Kaya?
Give me at least 5,000, and maybe we have it.
That's really not that much.
You have a price though. Play
Like
Kaya
that's
forever.
really not that. Didn't he like he won 9 Gs for playing Kaya, and he's like, I'll take half that. I'll take half that and just stop playing that character. Okay, so you had like 3 phases of Sandstorm. You had the Mirage that you had no difficulty with. Then you saw him go down against Kaina, pull out the Mordex, but then in game 1 of Grand Finals, he pulled out the Tesca. And then you got to the Fenrir Mordex. So how did you feel about each of those 3 different phases?
Well, for Mirage, I kind of believe that I already had it in the bag, but before that, I had to VOD review because something about those sets when it was online was like way too close. Like I lost to 1 interaction. But what Sandstorm said earlier was like it made sense. It was he wanted to have a character that he was so comfortable with that he could just use every sig in the kit. And that becomes an issue because you stop using light attacks. Like you stop finding ways to win, and you find like it's almost as if you're trying to find the easy way out. So that's why I don't pick new characters. It's because it doesn't feel right to just go for the easier route. Like if I really wanted to, I could just play Ember, or Diana. Like those are my 2 highest levels. Like maybe level 80, but I don't like cheesing it out. Because once I relock on Kaya after playing Diana or something like that, I realized that I'm not really the same, like playstyle wise. But that's besides the point. With Tesca, I already had a lot of experience against Boots when I was sparring Jetbeam, and maybe Hardy every once in a while. So it wasn't too much. Like it really wasn't that overwhelming, and I love fighting gauntlets. I love fighting Mordex. Like they're honestly one of my favorite matchups because it's just relatively something that I'm so experienced with after having so many sparring partners that play the same character. And then, but with Mordex, oh my goodness, like feeling every interaction as if the crowd is almost against me, but it was more like they were really, really wanting Sandstorm to win. That was the only issue. I mean, again, this lost for words because I'm really taking this all in. I'm still shaking. If
I was going to say, like, do you need to take a breath?
We can give you a moment because I definitely was rooting for you. I think you have. I feel like it's really hard to prove yourself when you are going against someone who has won so many world champions, someone who has such a name in Brawlhalla history. I think it's definitely probably really difficult and challenging to go up against that, but you have completely proven yourself, and I don't know what better way. I mean, we literally saw it live here first. You are a champion, and honestly, it's amazing. You have such talent. Stay with the Kaya. There's nothing wrong with just playing one character, one legend, by the way.
Or at least ask for more than $5,000. At least grab a 50 bomb. Come on.
There's nothing wrong with playing Kaya all the time, okay?
Okay, I will say this, though. Now that I actually have the chance to talk about balance, why is it that out of all the other 3-dex characters, I get my startup removed? Or, like, I get it added, actually, because it makes D6 so much harder to hit. It also makes N6 so much harder to hit because you can't like identify that somebody's in the air and then just storm them out. You have to predict it instead. Like you have to walk up to them and then go for N6. It's very tedious, just to say the least. Like, my option select isn't reduced, but I had to think about it in a different way, to say the least. As in, I needed to find a strategy where I could still use the signature, but instead of using it the way I normally would, there's just another way to land a signature. I showed it today, so very grateful. Whenever anybody wants to avoid N-Sig, I just go for Nair, just anti-air them. Like, as long as you keep bullying them in the air, they won't feel comfortable in disadvantage, because that is true stage control, because they're losing options. And that's one of the things that I'm best at. Still very grateful that I learned it.
Yo, Tips, right here from the World Championship himself. Tips, anti-air, right here. Take notes. Are we taking notes, chat?
Yeah, we ran that down. Rewatch the clip. I got to ask you, of course, you had one of the shorter runs, considering you went all the way through the top side, didn't drop any single sets, which means you arguably fought the fewest people. Is there someone in the bracket that was here today, or maybe even at the World Championship, that you have not gotten to fight that you really wanted to?
Not exactly. I mean, I'm down to fight anybody, because if I can't win against anybody, then I don't deserve to win, just to keep it short. On a side note, though, Java was definitely one of the hardest sets I've had. Like, this run wouldn't have been possible if I didn't, like, clutch up almost. I had a big mental block against Sword already, and even more into Java from our past, like, tournament history. So when I had to fight him, and it went last stock deep orange, I was already like losing my mind. And thankfully, he was on hammer, which sucks, by the way. And I went for the GCD sig, or side sig, and I just picked him up before he was going to go for downlight, because he's always like, he has unrelenting pressure where like he's always right next to you. So yeah, just an experience of probably the hardest opponent I've fought in bracket.
So you ended that set against Sandstorm right at the very end with a D-Light Nair instead of a D-Light Recovery. Why?
D-Light Recovery was not going to hit there.
Okay.
It was so close. Like I was very close in terms of how I hit the D-Lights. At that point, it's just a matter of option select and common sense. Like, N-Light's definitely not going to kill. You're just going to have to bully your opponent with N-Light if you want to get that option out. But Nair has the most force and also the most damage in that instance, so there was no other choice. And, like, I couldn't even go for recovery, so.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No, that's, hey, valid answer. That's it. And Paula, thank you so much for joining us on the desk, letting us talk to you, especially right after your win. Congratulations, seriously, big congratulations again for being our DreamHack San Diego singles champion. Give it up, yes, give it up.
What? You don't have to clap for yourself.
Yeah, clap for yourself.
We're clapping for you.
I mean, it's like self-lifting. Like, even I don't think I deserve it sometimes. So.
You deserve it. You worked hard, and you have proven yourself. So take that trophy home. Take that big check home later as well as you celebrate your win. Guys, I want to go over kind of like all the different matches that we've seen so far just a moment ago. I mean, look at this match schedule. Duke, tell me how you look at this. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking at the 3-0s. I'm looking at South America having to compete against themselves. Oh my goodness, Duke.
Yeah, I mean, it was a heartbreaker of a closeout in our best of, or our top fours, sorry, all best of fives. We saw, of course, the NA rivalry, again, the battle of the champions in that winner's final, and then we saw the South Americans take each other out, as ultimately only one could continue on. Sandstorm beat that final player, that South American, kind of out in 3-0, and then went on to the grand finals, almost got the reset, but Impala managed to close it out.
He really came in clutch towards the end of that set. I think it's wild that he loves fighting Mordex. I think very few people out there would agree with him on that. That just shows how really built he was for that matchup, because the Mirage, absolutely nothing to him. Teska, he doesn't have a problem with that either, has experience against that. It seemed like It seemed like this was written as a narrative where it would be Impala versus Sandstorm, not just champ versus champ, but this was supposed to happen all along. It was supposed to be Impala taking down Sandstorm on the iconic character for both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a huge way to prove yourself, is taking down Sandstorm on his iconic pick. It's fascinating because when you look at, like, of other worlds, other communities, animes and whatnot, like, there's always that, like, hero figure, and then these people who are looking at his back saying, like, how am I going to take this thing down? And Impala, like he kind of said, he's been practicing against a lot of different Gauntlet players, and you got to be ready to take down that hero if you want to end up being that #1, and that's exactly what he did.
And I think it's so poignant that you kind of said this, Sparky, at the end of their match, how it feels like maybe now the torch is being passed on. Your current world champion has defeated Sandstorm, a name that is just so renowned in Brawlhalla history. And it was a close game. Granted, let me tell you, you got to give props to Sandstorm too. It was a close game. It could have easily gone to a reset, but that did not happen. Impala laid it down and won and took the W. And you know what? I bet his family is so proud of him. I hope he is so proud of himself and all the hard work that he's put into this. So now, you know, we're starting to kind of close out here. I want to do one last kind reminder about merch here and the exclusive merch that we have right now live on Brawlhalla.com/merch. All right, this is your final kind reminder, y'all. This is exclusive merch. Don't miss out. This is where you can get your San Diego, DreamHack San Diego swag. This is where you can show off to everyone that you were here, maybe live at the venue, seeing and witnessing Impala take the championship. Okay, so scan that QR code. It's for a limited time. Sales end on Thursday, and then for all my national friends, we got flat rate shipping costs for y'all. So guys, get it now. Don't miss out on this exclusive San Diego merch. All right, get that hoodie, get that t-shirt, me included. This is a reminder for myself as well. Okay, I gotta do the same thing. Okay, guys, I want to hear your final thoughts before we wrap up and close out. I'm gonna start with Sparky here. Tell me.
We want to thank everybody who came out to DreamHack San Diego. We want to thank everybody who watched at home and hopefully is enticed to come out to DreamHack Valencia or DreamHack Dallas or the World Championship later this year. This was an incredible weekend. What a way to have the first open event for Brawlhalla Esports Year 8 in 2023. What an ending to it. It felt like it had to be this way, and we got that storybook ending.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Just honestly, you said it perfectly. We had the storybook ending both in 2v2s and 1v1s. EU got another W in the 2v2 space, and of course, you can't be happier than to see it back in the hands of Acno and Blaze. And then on the other side, the 1v1s, Impala proving himself against the GOAT Sandstorm. It really writes itself. And if you're at home and you got FOMO about, like, you weren't here in the audience cheering and screaming your head off the way that we all were, well, you got other opportunities because we've got DreamHack Valencia and DreamHack Dallas later on this year.
Yeah, don't miss out if you can definitely make it, if you can afford the flight or drive out or whatever have you. Come out. We love to see our community. We love to see y'all. And honestly, it's always a fantastic time just to kind of hang out with the friends you made online, to meet the devs, to meet the pro players, or just, you know what, have fun in a new city that maybe you've never been. So please come back if you can. And, you know, talking about esports and all the things that are coming up, we got the Spring Royale, honestly, a couple weeks later. So we have more things coming up here. The Spring Royale being another, you know, invitational in-person event with the top of the top, right, players in their regions, right? And then right after that, like you said, Duke, DreamHack Dallas. Esports keeps going, baby. We don't stop. All right, y'all. We've had an amazing weekend here in San Diego. And you know what? That's going to do us. That's it. That's going to do it for us at the desk. Thank you so much to everyone that came out this weekend and for those that tune in online. Congratulations once again to Impala, our singles champion, and also Acno and Blaze, our doubles champions. So be sure to tune in into the Spring Royale right here on twitch.tv/Brawlhalla on April 29th. Like I said, guys, it's not too far away. On behalf of everyone at Brawlhalla, DreamHack, Skillshot, and all of those behind the scenes, thanks so much for tuning in. And on behalf of Ajax, Sparky Duke, Toast, Taza, Left Stick, thank you seriously once again. We leave you with the sights and sounds of Brawlhalla San Diego 2023. And until next time, good night, everyone.
I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money.